We're live.
I think so. Yep.
Just in case we're live. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. This is Rob and Dave. And, you're at Ram Studio Comics, but we got special guest. I'll put my hands the wrong way. Special guest, Sir David Finch. And he's going to impart some of his wisdom with us, hopefully. As we know, this is third time on the channel, right, Dave?
That's right. Yeah.
Third time. And each time it's been amazing. It's been an awesome experience for myself. Dave has been working in the comic industry. I'm sure you already know, but I'll just say it for the sake of saying it. He's been in the comic industry for over 25 years. I think 27 now.
Yeah, 27.
So just, imagine the things that you learned drawing for all the big guys, Marvel, DC, Image, over that span of time. So he's got a really great ability to just kind of look at your work and go, this is what you're doing wrong. And that's obviously what's led to his success. He's developed that and cultivated that over the years.
Uh-oh. You're frozen for me. Hopefully that's not for everyone. So I don't know if you guys can hear me. Everyone.
Am I still froze?
Oh, you're unfrozen. I don't know if I was frozen the whole time too. Were you frozen on your end? Was your screen frozen?
It froze for a second, but man, let's see where we're at here. He's been knighted. Nice.
Kevin Mandeville.
How are you guys getting the stream? It says stream is healthy over on YouTube land, but that doesn't always mean everything, I guess. We are working through Streamyard. It looks like we're good now, I hope.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, some kind of
They're saying looks okay now. Somebody said poor Rob, so they're feeling pretty bad for me. I was probably froze on a goofy face. Was it like one of those?
Yeah, it was exactly like that.
Rob's a bit blurry. David is clear. That's intentional, by the way. Dave has better equipment. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to put the invite code out there now. I waited. I know a lot of you were asking for the invite code, but I had to make sure that Dave could get in. He is our special guest. It'd be kind of messed up if everybody jumped in and he couldn't get in. So now I'm going to share the invite into the comments. I think that's the right way. I'm still a bit novice here. All right, everything's clear now. Stream is healthy. Let's go for it. So now, you guys, there's the invite code I just shared on the comments. What you can do is jump in and then make sure that you have your camera either focus on your art. Headphones are preferable with the speakers muted. And then, or you could share your screen. I think it's a little, Dave, what do you think? It was hard when people tried to hold their art up to the camera, right?
Oh, it was hard. And if that's the only way that you can do it, and, there's no other way, we'll do our best with it, obviously. But yeah, okay. It makes it, and it was making it really difficult to be able to judge anything at all.
Yeah. Because then, you want to see the quality of the work. And if you can't see it, it's hard to give some insight. Okay, so let's see. I guess we'll just go in order here, unless I see somebody that I like more than somebody else. Kidding. Someone's trying. All right, the studio filled up pretty quick. Let's see. We're going to bring in. I just hit add to stream, right, Dave?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to bring in Gabriel. Gabriel, hey. Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. Focus. I was thinking, oh no.
I forgot to put on my headphones. That's not gonna help. Anyways, hi. How you doing?
How you doing?
Good. Okay, let me start sharing my screen real quick. Video file or share screen?
Share screen, and then what it's going to do, I think, is give me another screen down here to pop up. So go ahead and share. Well, is that where you got your art on your computer there?
Yeah, I'm about to put it up right now.
Yep.
Do you see that?
Let's see. It should pop up under your name. Not seen it there yet. Oh, right there. Okay. Add a stream. Boom. There we go.
Okay. Let me see if okay. Can I do this?
Like zoom in a bit more? You should be able to zoom, right?
Yeah. So I just put my, oh, cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is a 4-page sample comic I did. I know you guys only want to see 2 right now. I'll go ahead and zoom in. I'm trying to. Oh, okay. You have to click and drag.
Man, I like that main pose. That's sharp. Good and power.
nicely placed in perspective too, which is great to see. You know,
Yeah.
all the buildings look really nice all the way around. But yeah, it's very common to see the figure kind of fall out of perspective, and it looks like it's really well placed. My big comment, honestly, with this one is just that he's very muscular for Spider-Man, and I just from an editorial standpoint, I know, and I say this too because I got this. I did Ultimate X-Men years and years ago, and they had Spider-Man come in, and they were hammering home he needs to be thin, and they were sending me reference, make him thin. You know, I think they were really worried I wouldn't be able to, because I was so known for drawing bigger characters. So yeah, definitely a Marvel editor would say make him thin.
I got a lot of flack for that. I posted him on like TikTok or something, and oh my god, I was flooded with like, oh my gosh, he's not supposed to be big, he's not supposed to be. And it's like, it's just a preference. It's just what I grew up with. But I totally understand from an editorial perspective or standpoint, like they wouldn't want this. But yeah, that's what I was feeling at the moment. I was like, oh, you know, I'm gonna be true to myself. But yeah, that's what I went with. I got a lot of flack for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's how it goes. It's a big part of drawing for Marvel or DC or anybody that has, you know, their own characters is they want their characters to, no matter how wild the style is, really, it still needs to feel like their character. You know, move like them, and so yeah, they take that stuff pretty seriously. They would definitely say that, and truthfully, it would. Because he's very well drawn. He looks really good, you know. I think the anatomy in the legs looks great. It's a tough one to do. The knees look like they're kind of rotated to the right position, which again is a tough one from that angle. I see that kind of done wrong all the time. I do feel like the arms are just a little bit long, maybe.
Okay.
Proportionally, I would say, yeah, just a tiny little bit long.
Okay.
So I would lift the elbows just slightly and then the wrist, but really it's, you know, fine. But they would not hire you based on that.
Understood.
Which is stupid, I know, but really they wouldn't.
I get it. This was just like I haven't done any samples with well-known characters, and this was kind of like my first, well, not my first one, but first one I took seriously until I decided to go with a different body type.
What you really want to do for, you know, if you're doing Spider-Man, and now for me, and you could take whatever choice you want from it, but Mark Bagley is my favorite Spider-Man artist. I don't know if you're familiar, but he's incredible. He's very dynamic. Anyway, I love his stuff, and he was doing Ultimate Spider-Man at the time, and that was a bit of a Spider-Man's always thin, but this was even kind of thinner, and he was supposed to be younger, and so really, I was just looking at Mark Bagley the whole time I was doing it. You know, I went through and drew some sketches from it, just try and get a feel for it. And I just tried to make it look like Mark Bagley's Spider-Man. So I was drawing my own figures. I wasn't just copying it. But I really, and you do have to do that. Like if you're drawing Wolverine, I would say you really want to say, okay, you know, what Wolverine do I like? What, you know, range of artists do, and then kind of study how they make a move. And you have to bring that to it for sure.
Okay. Building wise, what do you think? I didn't get to show you buildings last time. I was iffy on how to shade it. I was going to try and do like the buildings that are facing us were going to be blackened out, but I thought that would kind of like blend in with Spider-Man. So I was like, okay, let me leave him like that for now.
I think especially for Spider-Man, you know, this isn't Batman.
Exactly.
I wouldn't have done anything different than what you did. I will say compositionally, Spider-Man is kind of forward in the panel. His hand is a little bit cut off by another panel, and I don't understand why. Well, like I think he's out on the edge of the building, kind of looking out over the city, but the way he's placed, it doesn't read like that exactly. So I would definitely place him a little bit differently, and compositionally just kind of work with that a little bit.
I was gonna try and solve that by just putting his hand over that panel, but then it would look like that would be the next panel that you go to.
No, that would have been, and like really the way that that's done, where I do feel like it's shifted over to the right a little bit. I would have not done that, but not a big deal. If you would have taken that hand and put it over the other panel, definitely that would be a mistake that you would have to fix. So saying that, I feel like he shifted over to the right, and I think compositionally I wouldn't have done it that way. It's a small thing.
Okay. It's something I realized like after that. I was like, wait, no, the hand.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll make sure I keep that in mind next time.
I think framing a lot of what I'm thinking when I'm framing a character is, if it's Spider-Man and he's looking out over the city, I kind of want to see him to the left and then see a little bit more of the city in front of him, because it kind of brings your eye out toward where he's looking. But if you'd show him from behind more, then to me visually, I'm kind of looking behind him, because he's pushed over to the right. So I think this shot would work better if he had, let's say he was part of a team and he had some other characters behind him. Perfect. So
okay. Noted. Do you guys want me to go to the next page?
Yep.
Okay. Oops.
Yeah, and great job on those building textures and details.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll zoom in so you guys can see a little better.
Oh yeah, that's sharp.
Yep.
I will say I thought I could handle cars. I tried my hardest. I tore myself down with those a little bit. But I'll let you guys.
For your cars, were you looking at reference?
Yes. I was looking at the way other artists would sort of draw them and try to kind of mimic it my own way, if that makes sense. It was just really hard to do because like drawing in my head, I'm like, oh, it's just like buildings. But no, it's like the way they go into perspective sometimes really it changes depending on like, the level of the diagonal thing. It was really tough, but I got to work on that.
It took me a bit to get comfortable drawing cars, and I definitely drew. And I can see with the cars you have there, I can see the kind of cars you're trying to draw, but yeah, definitely they're not right. I'll give you that. I hate to just recommend SketchUp because you don't want to just be reliant on a 3D program that, an artist 15 years ago wouldn't have been able to use. And so you want to learn how to do it properly. But I would say if you were doing samples, first of all, get SketchUp. I highly recommend it. You can type in, like these are Crown Vic police cars. They've got them in SketchUp, so you just type it in and you bring it in. You can set up that whole scene. You don't need, all the detail on the buildings. You just put down a floor, kind of get the perspective angle you want. You can take one of those cars and just clone it. Dong, dong, dong. There you go. And then just trace it out. Really, it will make your work much, much stronger. Definitely recommend it if, you want to learn how to do this properly. But
yeah. Oh my gosh.
Really, don't worry about it. It's no problem. But yeah, the worst case scenario is having cars that look like that. So you're better off using SketchUp if they're going to end up looking like that. I mean, definitely kudos for going for it. But that's another thing would really hurt your ability to get work with, which is a shame because, that Spider-Man figure, first of all, I think is really cool looking.
Yeah, it is.
And second of all, I love how it's framed. Just all in all, like that shot, really cool.
Mm-hmm. Good composition.
Yep. Like it just pops. I love how it's done. So, I think the whole page is very well put together.
Thank you. Not gonna lie, that post took me a long time. Probably took the longest out of everything.
Well,
and these panels, man, they were hard to get those details in, but
yeah, it always takes a little bit for, I don't know if it's blurry for you, Robert, but it starts out a little blurry and then it kind of comes in here.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I love the shadowing on Doc Ock. The clothing probably could be, get a little bit more of a flow. It's definitely flowing. It just feels like the shapes are a little clunky here and there. But then again, it's a really neat kind of stylistic thing going on too. You got a good use of like the light and dark there. So so it's hard for me to judge that. But it looks good.
And the shapes themselves, while it's always something that you can work on, something I can work on too. They have like a nice, I really like how you're using, good jagged lines and getting some interesting shapes in there rather than just, because it's so easy just to draw the same shape. So and the pose looks great. He's just got a lot of character to him. It's a great looking panel.
Mm-hmm.
That last piece, I'm going to say that her jaw is pulled back too far.
Her jaw, okay.
It's a decent amount, actually. Okay. So I don't know if you drew through with that face. By what I mean is, I don't know if you drew outside the panel to kind of finish it. But the way it is now, yeah, it really pulls back too far.
Okay, noted.
But again, really strong. I don't like the gun that's below her. Yeah.
I'll keep working on the guns, man. Okay.
I do like the other ones though. It's just that one, and
this one here.
I don't like the detail on it.
Okay.
You know what I would have done? I would have the foreground part, like the part that's closer to us, I would have made that dark, and then you can, here. I can actually do this time. Well, okay, if I had a pencil. I'm going to switch.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Here we go.
Will it work this time?
I hope so. I sure hope so. You working?
Oh, yes. Yep. All right. I'm going to now. Can I solo you? I'm going to solo you.
Sure.
Good.
All right.
Yeah, we talked about it before we started this. And I said, don't solo me because I had to zoom. My head was way too big. So we pulled out. But then my background is like this tiny little, and I'm in an unfinished basement right now. So, okay. So now I'm kind of doing this from memory a little bit, but it doesn't really so much matter. It's so it's just kind of, some shapes. Anyway, let me sharpen here. So I can go, actually, I shouldn't have sharpened. It would have been easier with a dull pencil doing this part. I can go dark all along here. This will be shadowed.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a ridge of light here. Yeah, I really shouldn't have sharpened my pencil. And then I'm going to have light through here. This will be shadowed here. And it's kind of like negative space drawing a little bit, And you just get so much more character out of this than if you, like the way you have it, just to me, it looks a little flat.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference.
And if I put like a, one of those little switch things, I don't know. I'll just
the safety thingy.
Safety.
Yeah. Do the same thing. Just so you just see the highlights of it. That's it.
Okay.
Anyway, I think that would have been much stronger.
I'll make sure to do that then.
But again, not a big deal. Let's say the least. It's really not a big deal, obviously.
It really is. Like we're really hard on ourselves, and just like all those like little things do bother us. So I'm going back.
Yeah, but good job, Gabriel. You're doing awesome work, obviously. Some of the comments were just high praise. So keep doing what you're doing. Adjust on the things that Dave was able to impart. I think he knows his stuff. So, but yeah, thanks so much for coming in, man.
Oh, thank you guys for the chance.
That was great. Artsy designs. Everybody, I think, really likes your stuff. And it's really
very cool. Good eye candy.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
All right, man. Take care.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye. Okay, and next we have, as long as it's going in order, I think it's Zico. Zico, can you hear us?
Hey, Dave. How's it going?
How's it going?
Hi, Mr. Marzullo.
Hello.
Good. Nice to see you guys.
You can drop the Mr. part.
Oh,
just Rob.
Well, I like to address you guys with respect because
I appreciate it. It's nice to you, bud.
Well, I left the last review with improvement of anatomy with the study of Frank Frazetta, so I brought this with me this time.
Very cool.
It was like a study.
It's looking really good, and it's a woman too. Women are for me, they're harder to draw. Frazetta women are hard to draw. They're hard to get the hang of. Looks really good.
Thank you.
I think her arm, the one that's bent, is a little bit short. This part of it here, and
the elbow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now I feel like this is kind of the pot calling the kettle black. I had somebody call me out for I did a sketch yesterday, 2 days ago, whatever, on the live stream that I drew her on. It was sort of proportion, but you don't catch it right away. But yeah,
it was a live stream. There's a lot of pressure, right?
There is, yeah. You can't really go back and think, hey, maybe I'll rethink this a little bit. You just go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking really good.
Yeah, you can definitely tell you got some Frazetta in there. I like that.
This is also have another one.
Oh, that's cool.
Mhm.
Nice. No, I like that more.
Is it clear? I'm just trying to get in the camera.
It is actually.
Yeah.
It's very clear. Now, we can't see a huge amount of detail, but enough. It looks really nice.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Nice tonal work too.
Thank you very much. I have. This is a little experiment with the brush I've done with Ghost Rider.
Wow.
Yeah, that looks great. Really nice. I think there are a few places on the skull where because you're going for more of a painted effect, like a tonal effect, and what really makes tonal work is having a really good understanding of edge control. And so you want to have very hard edges in some places and then very soft flowing edges in others, and knowing where to hit that in order to, that's really what defines everything. Because you can't use line, it's really about learning where edges go. And I would say that's another thing that's great about Frazetta is, look, he's incredible edge control. Really, all of the the greatest old masters did. And I'd say that's something you want to look into, because just with his skull, it looks a little soft. And I find with a lot of younger colorists coming into the business, you'll see things look really airbrushed, and just you'll just have soft sprays of color everywhere, and it needs those edges. That's actually the early image stuff, and I'm sure you remember this, Rob. All the first stuff that they did where they had to lasso everything. It's the only way they could do it, and that stuff looked great because of that limitation. I think it was strong work. So I would definitely say look at a little bit of edge control for some things like the skull, but I mean, tonally it looks great.
Thank you very much. Any critique or tips or advice you guys would recommend for me, like to go forward or after?
Rob?
Just I think what he's saying, use more angles and some of that stuff to really bring out some of the harder edges. So it's more, what I think is really nice about that, he gave me some of that same advice, really try to pull out those angles. It makes the work more crisp in certain areas, so all of it doesn't kind of blend together. You got a lot of energy and power to what you're doing, so just keep doing that. But yeah, really experiment with that difference of, some things you want organic and flowing curves, like, female characters makes a little more sense. I still like to add a little bit of angles in there because it just kind of, again, it makes a more solid appearance to certain things. Bony landmarks are a good example. Whenever you do a bony landmark, obviously that's why I said it with the skull. You see those bony landmarks, and they're solid. It gives a solid feeling to that work. So just think about that. Think about the areas that you want to be soft and flowing, and other areas that you want to be solid and rigid. And I think you'll get a little bit more out of your work that way.
Perfect. That hit the mark. Thank you very much, guys, and it's an honor to be reviewed by you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Is it Zico?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for being here, Zico.
Thanks, Zico.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. Take care, man.
You too.
All right. And next we've got, what do we got? Oh, here we go. It's Aman at the stream. Hello, Aman. How are you?
Hey, Rob. Hey, Dave. It's a blessing to see you guys. It's been a while. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
How are you?
Good. It's good to be here again. So I'm gonna go straight to the point with this. So my two pieces of art, pieces of work, or whatever you want to think of it as. First one is on Bristol board. Hopefully you can see it. Just ignore the noses. It's a card that I drew. I'm still in the process of drawing it. It's just been a while because I've been so busy with school. I got this guy, my little Hot Wheels car, as a reference, and so like I guess you could say I'm using that Hot Wheels car to kind of replicate this, kind of replicate that Hot Wheels car to that.
Right.
So that's what I got, and then my second piece is in my sketchbook. This way, doing some line of action poses. I did some Skillshare classes over the over my winter break at Foychuk's classes, and something that really kind of caught my eye was the line of action, and basically it's just kind of like, or I think the rule of 8 or something like that. So basically, he just kind of like told me like, well, basically like draw 8 lines and then kind of like apply on how they would look in like different poses and whatnot. So those are kind of like the 2 pieces I just wanted to show you. And I just wanted to know, I guess like how do they look? I mean, obviously, I'm sure there's going to be mistakes in those 2 pieces, but I guess like what looks good in those 2 pieces that I guess showed you so far.
Okay, well, first of all, you are right. There are a few mistakes, and I'll point them out in a second. But what looks good is that car, all in all, looks very, very solid. The structure looks really good, and it looks like you're getting a good sense of that kind of volume and space. With the car, the wheels are out of perspective, and that's a really, really tough one. Getting wheels working well in perspective, yeah, it's very hard. If you're looking at reference, which you're doing, I really recommend that you shut one eye, because when you use both eyes, you have you see in 3 dimensions, whatever, you know what I mean? Anyway, and it can make it a little more difficult for you to, for me, just to find things spatial, just, flatten it onto a surface and find it spatially. If I close one eye, it's easier for me to just see things as shapes. And so if I'm looking at my sharpener. Anyway, if I angle it kind of the right way and I close one eye, I can see that as a shape, as opposed to if I have both eyes open, it feels like, my sharpener. It destroys that illusion. So yeah, I'd really recommend when you're doing that kind of copying, close one eye.
Okay. All right.
And for the figures,
I never knew that.
No? Yeah, it totally works.
So kind of close one eye, like when I have my car, kind of like something like this.
Yeah.
Okay, of course.
I always picture the art guy or the director doing this thing. Yeah. Is that kind of what that's for?
Yeah.
Oh, that one. Yeah. It's like this, isn't it?
Yeah, because they're filming it's going to be on a flat surface, so they need it's going to. Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
I took some film production classes back then, so I would kind of apply that sometimes. But anyway, back to so kind of like apply that to when I'm continuing drawing this car.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, gotcha. And then another question about that is I was actually drawing it from a downward angle. So, well, not a question, more of a statement. So I was kind of drawing it from a downward angle. So I guess that's why it's the way as it is. So I apologize about that. It's still a work in progress.
Of course. And this is a study. So
yeah, right. Gotcha. Of course, I'll definitely keep that in mind. What about the figures that I showed you, the line of action figures?
I think they were looking like they were. They look good. I mean, they're stick figures. So for what they were, because they're relatively simple stick figures, they look like they had a nice feel to the figure, which is really the point of what you're doing right now. So I thought that was really good. I see, from the foot all the way to the head, you've got like a statement that each figure is kind of doing. And I thought,
of course, and that was, I don't know if Ed Foychuk's watching this, but just wanted to say, if Ed Foychuk's watching this, thank you, Ed Foychuk, for the help.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to keep playing it.
Definitely, and Ed's got some great content.
Yeah, for sure, and especially on his Skillshare classes as well. Yeah. Dave, I'm sorry to keep pestering you about this question, but you still have more Skillshare classes yet, or?
I do. I just put out another one. Actually, yeah. Hey, thanks for
I know. I totally blipped on that.
No, come on. Actually, your whole camera froze up. If you remember.
Well, yeah, that's what threw me off. Goodness, I forgot though. I should have got back on track. That's why you're supposed to have notes.
I have one that I just put up on expressions, facial expressions, and caricatures, and it's a whole bunch of stuff about that. I'm a terrible salesman, but I put a lot of work into it, and I was pretty happy with it. And I want to say, terrible at facial expressions. So that by all rights should make me the worst teacher for that. But I think some of the things that I had to go through to try and learn it, like it's like I need to find tricks in order to figure this out. So it's all the tricks that I've been using to try and compensate for my lack of natural ability doing that. So there you go. I've got that one.
All right. I definitely have to check it out for sure. Like I said, it's been busy with school, so it's definitely hard to kind of keep track on that. Another question.
It it also depends on if that's what you're looking to learn right now too. It's a specific.
Yeah, I'm definitely want to get into comic book art for sure. I definitely want to learn more comic book art. Speaking of, is like the How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way? Is that like, what is that? I guess like this might sound like a stupid question when I ask, but like, what does that teach you? Does that like how to teach you draw like comic book style or anything like that, or how does that work? Like, how does that, I guess, like work out?
It's 100% entirely foundational knowledge. Every section of that book is the base foundational things that go into, the composition section is like just a page, and it's incredibly valuable, and it's very simple, and everything like that. It shows how to
the rule of 8 is one of them,
right? And sketch with just a simple sketchy gesture, a couple of different ways. It shows inking, and really inking is one thing I don't think they really covered effectively in that book, but it was tough. But yeah, it doesn't really show you anatomy because that gets really in depth, and it doesn't show you style. What it does is show composition, dynamics, how to turn forms in space, how to deal with perspective in a very simple way. And yeah, it's all simple foundational stuff, but incredibly well done. And I think you can get, to my mind, I mean, I don't know how to put a number on it, but you can get a whole lot of way toward being a competent artist from that book alone.
For sure, yeah, and the style will kind of, I guess, like, because like I said, I want to get into comic book style, so like, style will kind of like slowly creep in over time, but like the more you kind of like get into it.
Well, style, the way that you develop style, or at least the way that I understand that you develop style, and unfortunately, I can only explain, how I've done it and how I've seen other people do it. When you are learning, you will need to look at other artists. You can't try and be an island unto yourself and just life. So you're looking at other artists, and as you do that, you start picking up things that they do that becomes part of your style. If you look at 5 different artists and you have elements from all those different artists, well, you have a style now. Whether that's the style that you ultimately want, that's another thing, but that's a style. So I think it's a scary thing, and I remember going through that. How do I get a style? How do I,
But it's just kind of like definitely study and then eventually just go with the flow as well. Okay, yeah, because like that's part of my plan is definitely look at some comic books over my summer break when I get a chance, because obviously it's not like this isn't going to be a one and done thing. You got to definitely pull up inspiration. I mean, even if it's not drawing, even if you're acting in something, or even if you're trying to cook a pasta dish or whatever, you're definitely going to need to pull a lot of different inspiration and whatnot. So I know you
tried to recreate it every single time.
I know you got other folks coming up, but just one more question before I head out. Is there anything, any other, I guess, like tips or advice you guys can give me?
You know what? I think you're coming along really well. It's looking really good. You mentioned How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, and I would continue through with that book. With that car, it looks like you're using some of the, the block shapes. I would just go through and try and draw some of the different things that are in there, especially some of the gesture drawings, some of the head turnarounds. Just give those a try, and that's the
Will live action be good to practice as well?
Of course, sure. Yeah, and proportion. There are a lot of things, but you want to keep it simple right now, and really think in terms of just broadly. You want to make sure the figures are in proportion. Broadly,
of course.
All of those things kind of working together, and then it's like tooling it closer and closer toward your goal of having like a polished final product.
Right. Gotcha.
All right, well, thank you very much, Amon. I appreciate it. We're gonna have to the next one.
Definitely hope to see you guys at the next one as well. I don't know when that's going to be, but I appreciate your advice and your help and whatnot. So thank you very much, guys. I'll see you guys around. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Amon. Take care, bud.
Right. Take care. Stay safe.
You too. Okay, and next we have the Jerbear. Jerbear?
The Jerbear. That's
Jerbear, sorry.
Well, it looks like Jer. It says Jer.
3-letter words throw me for a loop. Oh, we can't hear you. Your mouth is moving, but the words aren't coming out.
Yeah. I know you can hear us.
He's faking. Sure. He's faking. You're doing that.
So it might be a couple of different things.
Here we are.
Can you hear us?
It it was the same problem as last time. My mic was set to my headphones, which I don't know why.
That's it. I'm kicking them. Where's the button?
Oh, dang, tough. All right. Well, so I saved way too many drawings, but you know, whatever.
Let's see your very best.
Okay. Oh,
If you had to save one of them from a burning building, which one would it be?
Ooh. All right. Well, let me share my screen. Share screen.
That's not a fair question. We'd try to save them all, wouldn't we? Just dump a gallon of water on ourselves and keep running back in. I must save my art.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah, right there. Add to stream. Bow.
All right. So, yeah, I saved a lot. I saved a lot into a PDF, but yeah, here's the first one. What do you think? Shredder.
Very cool. I like the shadow. I like the green. Just from a design standpoint, you know, it has a very cool feel to it. I like it.
Yeah, I like green and black.
Yep.
It was actually, when I really first did this, it was just a really dark green, but then I went and edited it, and then it gave me this option of black. I was like, dang, that's really nice. So I went with that.
Mm.
Yep.
But yeah, so this, any big things that stand out, like mistakes or things?
Okay,
like
well, it's very stylized, and
Yes.
the truth is that does make it actually a little difficult to critique. Just because I'm looking at, you know, for instance, his head is very, very, very small.
Yeah.
I think even in terms of a style, now you could have a crazy style and you could do that and it's fine, but I do think it's very small. So if it were more traditional proportions, it'd be really easy for me to say it needs to be exactly the size, whatever. But I would look at that and probably, you know,
Okay.
Twice as big, I think would be good. Actually, it's pretty small. I think the hand looks really good. Your anatomy, it's all there. It looks good. The chest has some nice volume to it, which I think is great.
Oh.
Like I really am feeling like, you know, I'm getting some nice rounded forms out of it. I like the shadowing on his spikes across into the shadow. That looks great.
Yeah. Thank you.
I do think that you can certainly work on anatomy more.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
But yeah, all in all, it's now truthfully, it's a critique of what's there, and because this is a pinup, there's really no feet, and there's no, like, it's a, you know, a solid pose, but it's a static pose. It makes it a little difficult to really offer too much in terms of a critique.
Okay, so I suppose.
Yeah, do you have something more dynamic in there?
I do, right here.
Yeah, it's pretty dynamic.
It is. It definitely is.
Another very stylized one. So what he's doing is he's slamming his hand into a ground, and I posted this on Twitter, and I got some feedback how his foot right here looks like that could be his hand, but this is actually supposed to be his other hand. And so, yeah, so I decided to experiment. One of my favorite artists does this thing where they like trace their line of action with this like invisible blurry streak, and I tried that. I very much liked how it came out. It makes it feel like he really slammed his hand into the ground.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely has a lot of power to it.
Yeah, I like the foreshortening, but I can see what you're saying. It does get a little confusing as far as a foot and an arm for the background, or the ones in the receded in the space. But they're paws, right? So that's a little bit, that makes it a little bit harder.
Yep.
Do you think it would have been easier to tell if I maybe added like basically like darkened this one out a little bit?
Oh, no, darken the back foot, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Or maybe instead of darken, you could darken it, or maybe even just fade it slightly. Like just, you know, do a selection around it and back maybe 20%, you know, the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'd actually be a better shot, wouldn't it? Look like it's fading into the backdrop a little more, that background color.
Okay.
Or like a color white.
But really, I didn't have any problem seeing where his hand and his foot was. Unless his hand is up beside his head.
Yeah.
And so no, I never had any trouble with that. So it's a little difficult for me to, it just read to me, so it's fine.
Also, one thing I want to point out, the character has really big hair, and so it's very easy to hide his body behind it. I was like, didn't need to draw that. Just
that's
shortcut.
why like pouches and shoulder pads and capes. I love capes. Oh man, the amount of back that I have not had to draw over the years.
I've actually started to draw backs, and I've gotten a formula down, but I guess it's not really in showcase here. But I suppose this one I did just today. It's I tried a combination of cross hatching and what's the screen tone.
Yeah, that's
and
great.
I tried to go for a more realistic look right here.
Very cool.
Yeah, I really like Ninja. Oh, go ahead.
Her coat, not only just in terms of your tones, it has a lot of form to it, but also I really like how it goes out from her neck kind of hard and then down just to where her chest starts to come out. It comes in and it's very you've really simplified your shapes into like a nice little statement for that. I think you're not showing a huge amount of I'm not seeing a lot of figures together or backgrounds and that kind of thing, and so it's hard to critique on that level. But
that is
what's there. I think is looking really good. I would say where you are right now, you have a lot of pinups that you're doing, and definitely keep doing that. That's what kept me going too. I think if I was just doing studies like arm studies and whatever, and I never just did anything fun, I would have quit. But you want to start looking at doing some more
full bodies,
not just full bodies, but you would work on arms, work on the anatomical structure of arms, and spend a day on that.
Oh, actually, yeah,
that kind of thing.
Okay,
now, we're already on to a couple of pictures here, so we're gonna move on. But
move on. All right.
But yeah, I think it's looking really good. There's a lot there that I really like.
Question. Do you think you could take one quick look at this one, just really, really quickly? I guess.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, and that one's got some anatomy. That was actually this one is a better choice for you to show.
Yeah, you should have led with this one.
Yep. Hey, it's okay. It's up now.
Oh well. Yeah, I suppose. Man,
yeah, you want to go for your. That's why we're. I was making a joke about getting your best stuff out of a burning building, but at the same time, you want to grab the stuff that kind of shows your, shows your capacity. So like if you're standing there, you're going to show an editor or something like that. You want to go for that stuff. Like hopefully it's a sequence of pages or something, but show them that stuff that's like, man, look what I can do, and it has a range of clothing, anatomy, perspective. Obviously, there's no background here, but you know what I mean. And that's the stuff you really want to go for first. Then you can segue into the other stuff that maybe is a little more artsy inspired and that kind of thing. Show some of your range. But yeah, something like this shows a lot more of what you can do. I think it's a more expressive pose. You got some good anatomy going on here.
Yep.
You got some clothing. Yeah, weapon.
Connecting to the arm. That whole connection there is a difficult thing to kind of get the hang of, and it looks like
it really is. And yeah, you got it pretty good.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah, very nice.
Shoot. Wow. Okay. I wasted it. I guess I wasted your time.
No. You didn't waste our time. It's just we're just trying to tell you, sometimes it's not even as simple as. I mean, there's a lot that goes into drawing, right? And then showing your work and creating a good portfolio. The list goes on and on and on. But so today you learn more about hey, what should I really be showing off? Like, what's the stuff that shows my range? And it's all knowledge, man. It's all stuff that you have to kind of figure out. But yeah, it's all looking good. Good job. Keep it up. I would say do more of this stuff. I think that character looks pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, I really like Ninja Turtles, so I like to draw the mutants.
Hey, yeah. Who doesn't love Ninja Turtles, right?
Heck yeah, love it.
We all do. All right, take care, bud.
All right, yeah.
See ya.
Yep, thanks for being here.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, it was like a double click right there. Double
That was
click.
quick.
Hey, what's up, Justin?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hi, Dustin.
Dustin. I said Justin, didn't I?
Yeah, it's okay. Nice to see you guys
Sorry.
again.
Yeah.
So I have a couple things to show, not too much, but one that I'm working on that I haven't quite finished a background for, and one is on the screen share. So I'll try and hold this up because, like I said, I'm not done with it. Let me see if I can get it. Last time I was in South Korea, so my internet was pretty crap.
Oh, hold on. I got to quit clicking buttons. There we go. You move it over a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. That helmet is so hard to draw.
Oh
I've
my
only
God.
Yes.
ever done it
Yeah.
once. I did a Marvel cover with him, and I had to spend 2 hours just drawing his head.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been about I don't know, 2 or 3 hours total for this so far. I actually was gonna ask your advice. What in your opinion, if I move it back, I was gonna draw like obviously some sort of jungle, something or other. But what would be the best way to do that to where it still gives it depth and doesn't make it too one-dimensional?
Okay, here, you know what? I got an idea. So
Ready to draw?
yeah, don't full screen me though, because
Oh, come
I
on.
want to be able to see the. You don't mind, you know what I mean, like the background. I'll try and look up at the screen so I know like I'm.
So you know you're on the. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Oh, so you can still see his art at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Good idea. I wasn't even thinking of that. I just watched Predators, one with
Oh, the new
Adrian
one?
Brody.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I just watched that again the other night.
Outstanding.
And I started to draw the character, and I'm like, he's too hard. I'm going to draw something else.
Yeah, I thought that too, but then I was like, man, I actually kind of like how this is coming out.
Yeah, no, he's a super cool character, or characters, breed, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, the fishnet on the legs was probably the hardest part to get generally okay looking because I don't know, just getting it even was extremely difficult.
I suppose, Dave.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
that's what I need to work on.
You know.
So
All right.
I'm gonna put him on here's like a branch with leaves coming off, like a fallen log kind of a thing, a Frazetta kind of a thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got this kind of a thing on here. Shadow the bottom of it.
Yeah, because I was like, dang, either I gotta draw a big rock or something, or some sort of tree branch, kind of like a Black Panther would have been in, like on top of a tree with vines.
So here's a tree
There
behind
you
it.
go. Yeah, good reference right there.
And then I'm gonna put a branch up here, some leaves all down through here.
You're off camera just a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Just a little.
I'm just gonna lift there.
Scooch down.
There we go. Okay. So and then some leaves up here, and
Too close.
No, that's sweet. Yeah, it totally elevates him, puts him in a tree like that.
and so you're giving him a nice kind of. Now you've lit it this way, so
Yeah, from trying to. Yeah, so it's lit from that direction, kind of
it'll be a little more like
towards like where I think the tree would have been.
right, which is fine. But so yeah, I've got a tree back here, and then I could put some other stuff smaller and make sure it's nice and thin in the background or whatever. But these would be your big elements. Is just you've got your
Yeah.
kinda,
See, I should have drawn it lower on the picture here. That way, I could have put more up top.
oh right. Oh no,
It's
you know
right
it's still it's fine. Here, I'll just cut it
That's
off.
all right. No.
We'll do it the other way.
Yeah, no, but Dave, tell him about the pro tip, man.
Yeah.
Many artists
I
through
like
the
pro
years
tips.
have taped pieces of paper together.
That's right. Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
I've done
Yeah.
it.
That's
Yeah,
very true.
when you're not working, okay, so I'm gonna make it shorter along the top. I still have that here. I've got this branch here, and now I'm gonna extend this one all the way through, and so this one's higher, and do some kind of a thing like this with it, and I can put some branches and
he waves.
Mhm.
this kind of thing at
Okay.
the bottom, just to give it. And so now he's a little bit higher, and I still like that because
Yeah.
for like a rule of thirds, he's up
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
I think
that's
that
good.
the work. So yeah, that's what I would do.
Awesome. Okay, no, that's perfect. I'm gonna use that.
Yeah,
Right,
screen
perfect.
screen grab that sketch. That's
Yeah,
a good
I'm gonna
sketch.
screen that. I'm gonna go back and watch this and screen grab this.
There you go. Cool, man. Is that the
All
only
right.
one you wanted to show then?
No, I got one more. I got a spawn one, but I got a screen share. Do I just push the share button?
Yeah, share the screen and then I'll bring it up.
All right, share screen.
Good job, Dave. I think you got a future in this comics thing.
Thank you, Rob.
All right. Oh, crap, I hope it's not all crazy.
Where is it?
And
Should come up under your
see.
name.
Can y'all see it? Or no, I can't tell.
Not yet. It usually takes a second. Then it pops up next to your smaller icon, but I'm not seeing it. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, wait, no, that's not it.
No. I can hold up. I got it next to me.
And you are clicking share screen, huh?
Yes. Let me do it again. There.
Oh, I think that
Good.
did it. There it is. Okay, so yeah, you
Good.
got about 8
File.
images across or something like that?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Add to stream. Boom. And zoom. Boom and zoom.
All right. Oops.
I like the wrap on the side a little bit.
All right. Can you guys see it? Can't tell.
I can see
Yes.
thumbnails right now.
Yeah. Can you make them larger? Double click.
Why can't you just go with that?
See, it's technology.
Mm-hmm.
How's that?
It's not. Do you see the screen we're seeing, right? Where there's 4 folders and then 8 images. Is that 8?
Oh.
You might have done.
Oh, I see it.
Sharing the wrong screen, I think.
You can do
Oh,
share
damn.
screen or share window. You might have done share window.
All right. Share screen. Yep. Share screen, share window. There we go. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I see spawn.
Yeah. Okay.
I
There we
see
go.
spawn.
All right. All right. Technical difficulties. All right. That's a zoomed in version of it. All right. Let me zoom out a little bit. There. Can you see the whole thing?
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
Yep.
What? Yeah, so I did that one a few months ago. I like how it turned out. The one thing I was having the main issue with was the chains. I tried to make sure that they kind of came into the foreground a little bit, but overall I had a difficult time drawing them.
I think that is just in the nature of drawing chains. So yeah, they're awful to draw. Okay, I'm going to say one thing, and that is that your chain links are drawn flat, even though the chain's
Yes.
coming out towards you.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to draw those chain links as, you know what? I can't explain a thing with my mouth.
No, I think I know what you mean.
Here,
'Cause
I
can
got some
see how
chain
it-
links right here. Try not to show the whole art, but let me see if I can.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, okay. There,
Oh
perfect.
yeah.
Yeah.
Try to have them rotating a bit. I'm no good at it either. They drive me bonkers as well. But just
But
try to rotate them.
Yeah, and they are shapes in space. So you know each one, it's like you need to be able to take a box shape and then just turn it around in space on the page, and then the chain would conform to that kind of a space. So now it's mostly there. It's just your links are, you know,
Flat.
Draw some chains, Dave.
I need to draw a chain and just rotate it in 3 dimensions, pretty much. Yeah.
Well, let me
Yeah.
show you exactly what
Yeah,
I mean.
this-
So much easier.
It's always the best when he shows us.
You're welcome,
how to do it.
everybody. Dave actually gets a draw on the stream.
You
too,
know it.
so-
Yeah, good job, man.
All right.
All right, where do we? Oh, come on, buttons. Where is it? Right there.
Okay. So what I'm seeing is here's a chain link.
Mhm.
And here's another one.
Yep.
And another one. And
Yeah, that's exactly how I draw chains.
right. So what you would want to see is you'd see this. I'm going to finish this out. You would see a link at that angle would be like this.
Oh, okay.
and you're missing this portion here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Now, if I draw another one into it, it'll fit in there, and so it'll end up covering some of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you need to be drawing them as full shapes instead of cutting it off the way that you are here and not drawing it as a 3-dimensional shape. So that's all.
Okay. No, that's that's perfect.
Yeah. So that's it.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect because that's exactly what. Oh, excuse me. That's exactly what I was. I was like, dang, that looks kind of crappy. That's good. I was like, that's close enough for now.
But it's so many things like that are just such a simple thing that, and this is where I'm forever grateful I worked in a studio where I had people that would, everybody, we used to live for walking by other artists' desks and being able to point something out that they did was dumb so we could laugh at them about it, so you learn fast when people are going to come up and just give you a hard time about the smallest mistake. So yeah.
Well, and plus being able to look over their shoulder and see when they're doing something right, and you're like, whoa, I got to add that to my arsenal,
Yeah.
My wife does that all the time. She's like, that foot looks kind of small, and I'm like, oh, dang, you're right.
Yeah, I know. Women are so good at. Women are so good at picking out our flaws. We gotta love it. Whether it be our hair.
She actually did it with the spawn too. She was like, that foot in the back looks pretty huge. You should probably make it smaller. I'm like, oh, I didn't even think about that. It's supposed to be big, but you're right.
Right. You had to defend yourself, right?
No, she was right though.
Yeah.
She's definitely right. Real quick, I'm going to show you one more that I showed on the stream last time that you guys couldn't see clearly. And I just so you guys can see it a lot clearer this time. It's the Black Panther one I did right after Chadwick Boseman died.
Oh, gotcha.
Just real quick.
Why is it not coming up here?
It should be the same screen. Just real quick. You don't got to critique or anything.
Yeah, for some reason. Let me go to full screen now. There we go.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yep. No, that is pretty cool. I love, got some really dynamic shading on there, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was probably so far. You're talking about the burning building. This is probably the one I would take out of a burning building.
There you go. You'd save this one, all right?
By far. Save this. Yeah, haven't inked it yet, so I'm leaving it as it is for now.
Yeah, that's the thing about inking. Until you get comfortable with it, it is so easy to mess up good pencils.
Yeah, I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah, if you really like this one, I think I would leave it pencils.
Yeah, I'm a fan of pencils too. I mean, I know most people want to see the work inked, and it does obviously bring it to a whole new light. But yeah, it's just, something about pencils I really admire.
Yep.
But all right, man, great work. Thank you for coming, and we will we'll do it again soon. So keep
all right,
up the hard
thank you
work.
so much. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll finish the Predator and show you guys. I'll post on my Instagram.
All right, bye, you guys.
Goodbye, Rini.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, thank you. Bye.
All right, see ya.
All right.
Okay, and next we've got. Now, it looks like we got. I think it's Esteban, but I don't see anything on the screen. I guess we bring him in anyways, right? And see what happens. Oh wait, there he is. Okay, let's add him to the stream. Esteban.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I had my camera off.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I didn't know what was going on there. So what do you got for us today?
All right, I'll share my screen.
Okay.
All right, do you see it?
Not yet. It usually takes a second to kick in here. But no, I don't see it yet. Let's see. No, I don't see it. And Dustin, if you can hear us, I'm gonna go ahead and kick you out of there. No, it sounds bad. That's not what the button says, but I'm gonna try to make room. Okay. Why can't it? Why is it gonna be called kick? Why couldn't it be just like escort? Okay, there it is. That's what it was. We need more room in the stream. Add to stream. Boom. And now I know how to do the solo thingy. Oh, that's pretty dynamic. Yeah, wait a second. Is that Dave's work?
Yeah.
It's
I was
Stage
going to show
work.
you a different one first, but I guess I guess this one will be the first one. The other one was better. I did this one first, and then I did the second one afterwards. But I guess I'll show it to you the opposite and the backwards. I guess in the opposite order.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah. But yeah, this is Dave's, and I want to be I want to pencil and ink my own stuff, but I figured that that I wanted to get good at one thing first, and I figured I could get better at inking quicker. And I was already kind of better at it than penciling, so I focused on inking, and and I did that about a year ago. So I did this I think like in December.
Yeah, beautiful inks. Can you zoom up a little bit?
Uh,
Or Dave, do you want it zoomed in? I kind of want to see it a little tighter.
Yeah, I'd like to see it a little.
Can you see it?
Yep.
Yeah,
Closer.
I mean, it's a good style for sure. I mean, you didn't. You know what I like is like, well, how I knew it. You know, I was like, yeah, it's Dave's work. Like you didn't destroy his work
No,
by
not at all.
inking it. Yeah, I mean, you kept it all there, and yeah, you added your own style for sure. But you definitely retained his, you know, his awesome work.
Yeah, really well done. I mean, the cars, I think, you know, it's a really nice, clean line. I mean, there's a lot of things that look great. You know, the rendering on the characters, it's really well done. That car just stands out for me for some reason, just because it's so easy to not do well. And yeah, for learning inking for the purposes of working on your own stuff, you're going to be light years ahead of where you would be if you didn't have the skill. So, you know, I think it's really, you have a lot of hand control.
Definitely.
Probably more than I do.
I was using a French script for a lot of this stuff, but yeah, I'm now doing things pretty much just freehanded now. But I think the French script definitely helped to get good at having a really sharp, clean line.
Yes. Yeah. Now it's why I've worked with a lot of inkers that use French curve quite a bit still. You know, it's just a part of the process. And there's a cleanliness you get from that that's just not possible otherwise. But the downside is I'm a very fast penciler, and I would always end up being much, much faster. They just couldn't keep up. So, you know, it's a trade-off.
Yeah, that is some sharp ink work, man. Now, you did this solely to get better at drawing, you were saying?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I figured like I wanted to get good at one thing first. So I figured like it'd be quicker to get better at inking. And if I want to ink and pencil my own stuff, I'm gonna learn this at some point anyways. So yeah.
Yeah. Now, Dave, just a quick question on that. How do you feel about that? Do you feel it's a good recommendation to tell other artists watching, and you know, and Esteban here, like, do you think that's a good approach to ink people that you really admire their work to develop your skills? Is that another method that you think makes sense?
It's not the way that I would go, truthfully. I'd be lying if I said that's what I would recommend.
Right.
Just because I think it's drawing somebody's work. Even if you just take a blank piece of paper and you're looking at somebody's stuff and you start to break it down and draw it on your own, I think you'll get more out of it quicker and easier than inking. At the same time, this will totally work, and this is why over the years you've seen so many inkers. Especially, you know, the most talented inkers out there are great artists, and they work with different artists for so long that they can actually draw just about as well as that artist just on their own, just from working over you know, those artists for so many years. So
Right.
it's definitely a way to really get a deep understanding of somebody's work and get something out of it. And if it's working for you, then I'd say great. I know I wouldn't do it that way, but then I didn't do it that way, so maybe I'm a little biased against it just because it's not the way I approached it. I wouldn't want to say, oh no, it's not the right way to do it just because I didn't do that.
Gotcha. Yeah, because like what comes to mind is almost like a Scott Williams and a Jim Lee relationship, where Scott Williams is an amazing artist, and but you can almost see a lot of Jim Lee influences in there, right?
Oh yeah, it's so strong, you know, and he's got other, like Scott Williams has his own look that he brings to things, but there is so much Jim Lee, and he also I love that he's been doing these kind of retro X-Men covers, and he's not only getting Jim Lee in there, but he's getting that era of Jim Lee, you know?
Right. That's cool. Now, Esteban, do you have another one you wanted to show? You mentioned 2, right?
Yes.
That's a cool name, by the way.
Do what?
Your name, Esteban. Am I saying that right? Esteban?
Yes. Yeah.
That's just a cool name. So
Oh,
if
thanks.
nothing else, if you got nothing else from this stream, I just want you to know you have a cool name.
Oh yeah.
All right, thanks. Can you see it?
Yeah, this one's all black, so it's maybe an impressionistic piece that you did.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe
we
that's
have a black screen.
Great.
I love what you did with the inks.
I think I think I did share application. Should I share?
It's coming up black. Try here. Let me remove it and try it again. Hold on. Okay, try to share it again now. It's another screen share, I imagine.
Right.
See, I don't understand if this setup is requiring that there be less people in here to share the screen. I would hope that's not the way it's working. Yeah,
You see now?
It's not coming up, bud.
All right, I'll try something different. Great.
Oh, there we go. Something's coming up. Well, now it's you're sharing the screen that we're all on. There we go, right there. All right, bring it up. Oh, nice. Man, yeah, you got some killer inks, dude.
Yeah, really, really clean. I mean, that one's definitely done.
Yeah, I wanted to show this one first because I did this one more recent. I did this one after the first one.
The other one, it was really well done. This is absolutely better. It really is.
Right.
Thanks.
All those shapes in the folds on his cape, you really captured all that really well. That's an easy thing to kind of get lost with. So, and yeah, the rendering over his chest, all the dark kind of cloth areas are really, really impressive. Her forehead, that is a tough thing to do. With ink, I'm always really afraid on a woman's face. You really want to keep the lines as clean as possible. A young woman's face, and yeah, I would have been. I couldn't have done that. That's for sure.
Yeah, I was kind of nervous doing it.
Yeah, this really came out great.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, Dave, I would say, I mean, you know a lot more about this than I do, and it's your work, so you can really answer this. But I would say that's pro level, right?
Oh yeah,
working. Sure. Yeah, I mean, is the speed there? How long did this take you, bud?
This took me a week to do.
Okay,
so not a day, but
yeah, the speed needs to be better than, right, Dave?
Yeah, it does, but I wouldn't concentrate on that too much, just because speed comes if you're working consistently and you're sitting down and doing the job and not just watching TV, then speed will come naturally. And I don't think it's something you want to push too much, or at least that's not how I when I was trying to get work, I spent at least a week on every page. I mean, I spent forever. And then I just lied. Said, "Oh yeah, I did it." I've said this so many times. But yeah, I just said, "Yeah, I did it in a day." And I want to get the best work out there you can. If it takes a week right now, that's fine. I will say this though, inking, it is a tough go. If that's something you actually chose to pursue as a career, becoming an inker, it's hard. It's a tough world out there because by far and away, most new artists coming in are inking their own work on the computer, and that's the way that the companies prefer it, because they have one person to track for deadlines and one person to pay. And generally speaking, what they'll end up doing then is somebody penciling and inking their own work will make less than a penciler and an inker. and they don't have to FedEx anything. That's another thing that it's a big concern for them. When you work with an inker and they're inking the actual original art, Marvel or DC or whoever is having to pay for that FedEx. And they don't like doing that either. So, inking it's hard.
But Esteban, you're actually wanting to be a penciler and inker anyways, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're doing great stuff, man. Keep it up. I mean, you definitely got the inks down. Now it's like just put it all together and keep doing your thing.
All right. Okay. Thanks.
Awesome. Well, thanks for showing up.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Esteban.
Yep. We'll have more on the way soon. All right. So now we've got. Oh, I'm going to slaughter that name, so I'll just let him say it.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
Can
How do you say that? Is that Adele?
Adele.
Adele.
Like,
God, I
Adele.
mess them up every time. All right.
It's fine. It's fine. Thank you so much for doing this, guys. It's 6 a.m. here, and I couldn't be more excited.
Oh, it's great. Well, thank you for coming, Adil. And
Happy
thanks
to do
for being up at an ungodly hour. I try not to get up before.
I try and reach your streams regardless. Like, I'll go to bed like way earlier on the weekends and not party, but I will make it to your streams. It doesn't matter.
Nice.
Anyways, David, I was a fan of you when I was like a child. I'm an audio engineer and a musician, so I actually found your work through Disturbed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's awesome.
And then now, like almost like since last summer, I got into actually drawing and trying to do art for my own music because I was really lacking there. And somehow finding styles and techniques maybe I wanted to try, I found your channel. And it has just thrown me on a different trajectory. Now I just want to do this maybe even look into it like a side career. Who knows? I just started, so it's a different thing. But I just want to thank you for that.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. It's nice of you to say.
It means a lot to me, you know. I'm there like every week. I get to check out the tutorials, and it's helped me really like meditate, honestly, just to like be able to focus on my art for a little bit. And it's very special to me, and it's come to me at the age of 27 out of nowhere.
Wow. Well, really, thank you. That's really appreciate it.
So let me share my screen. Actually, just want to share this first quickly because I did this much longer. I guess I did this back in November or something. Trying to keep my hand steady.
Cool.
So I don't ink or pencil or anything. I just try everything. I'm just using this to enjoy myself, even though there were more objectives at start. But I am trying to keep it a little more structured. So I'll show you something that I did put in a lot of time into recently. Share screen, yeah?
Yes, please.
That should work. Screen 1. Got it.
Seeing it, and it looks like some folders. You got an image to open up.
Yep. I'll be opening this one up. There you go.
Ready?
Just 1 second. I'll put you on another screen so I can see what's going on over there. There we go.
Ready?
Yep.
Here we go.
So, I wasn't planning on making this into like an entire A3 page thing, or I just wanted to start and draw and just do some heads, maybe try a torso here and there. And somehow I just made kind of like panels, I would say. Kind of, I don't know. And yeah, I just did this. This is something more recent, and I was so hesitant to put ink on it that I realized that, yeah, this is what I want to show if I want to get something to review.
Well, I generally recommend if you want to be a penciler, then you're better to show pencils. This is how everybody was advised when I was getting in. If you want to be a penciler, show pencilers. If you want to be show pencils, and if you want to be an inker, show inks. You know, things might be a little different now. That's the thing, but, because it's so common now. I guess that rule doesn't apply anymore. But yeah, I think showing pencils is great.
Right.
So first of all, I'm going to say with the heads, you have a decent amount of different angles kind of going on there.
Right. I was trying to get some story in there, like if they're talking or something, you know. Didn't really plan it out at all.
Yeah, and that's actually tough to pull off too. Not only getting different angles, but then using those angles to, you know, have a little bit of subtlety, and it looks like one character is talking to another and there's a reaction there. That's, you know, that it takes a little bit of time to kind of get the hang of that. I like how you have that mask kind of working. It works really well, actually. I think just structurally, it seems like it's kind of helping you with the facial structure.
It is actually. I've been trying to make that specific mask a couple times. I think that helped a lot by the time I got to this one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's and it's just great too that you're working with different angles and not just, you know, kind of sticking with an angle that you're more comfortable with.
Right.
The anatomy, I'm going to say your anatomy is there. The large portion, you know, the shoulders, the basic construction is there. It definitely needs a decent amount of work though, in terms of getting everything kind of a little bit more polished. And I'd say it's just, you know, some more observation. You know, looking at comic art, looking at actually on the live stream on Monday, we were looking at some wrestlers. I got some advice from Ed McGuinness that was really great. So
Yes,
yeah, we were looking at some of that.
Really enjoyed that. Whoa, sorry.
I had Meredith poking me the whole time, driving me crazy when I'm just trying to explain this. But yeah, I thought it was really good. I would have liked to have had a little bit more time to kind of experiment with it, and just on my own time, I'm going to do that. And I would really recommend you try and do that too. I think it's really valuable. You know,
I actually just saw your Frazetta stream, and that's when I learned. I'm like, oh, okay, so this is how I can actually like look at artists and try and emulate. Because what I would do is, I'd start with the big basic shapes, and then I'd start drawing on my own after a little bit, and it would just distort out, and the angles I was expecting to get and the ones that I would get just wouldn't work out. So thank you for that as well. I'm gonna definitely start doing more studies that way as well.
Oh yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, and I can see it from here because the basement around me is unfinished still, but way over there, I've got a pile that high. I can't see my anyway, very high, of all of the drawings that I did before I broke in, and you know, just page after page after page of me copying from Alan Davis and, you know, Mark Silvestri, Jim Lee, all of them. So yeah, that's how I did it. It's how most people that I know that are working, that's how they do it.
Right.
I want to see the really old David Finch stuff, like 7, 8 years old. You got any of that stuff?
I don't have anything 7 or 8 years old.
Come on,
showed
share
some
it.
of his older stuff on.
Yeah.
I showed some stuff from when I first, because I really didn't start drawing until I was 20.
Okay.
Oh well, that's
a little better.
No, I was gonna say it's like a stab in the heart. Thanks, Dave. I've been drawing since I was 2.
Well, you know what? I drew too. I never took it seriously. I thought, okay, I'll learn how to draw. And
where's the delete button?
Yeah,
David, I did have one question on this one. The one that I just shared is, I am struggling with lighting. I don't know how it works. I think I'm doing okay, but at the same time, the shapes of the shadows just like blow my mind. Like, I don't know what's going on there.
Okay, well, first of all, you are doing it right. You actually, I can see lighting, and it looks like it's consistently working. You're casting shadows in the way that they should appropriately be cast. It is working properly. So there's that. Like the shadow that you have across the arm on the figure to the right there.
Yeah.
It's from the torso onto the arm.
Yeah.
So you definitely understand it. Your issue, I would say, with your shadowing right now is really an anatomical issue. And this is where observation really kind of comes in. You know, looking at somebody like Frazetta, I tell you what, if you draw 100 Frazetta pictures, draw his picture, and then draw your own, you will be a different artist. And I mean, that's a big thing to take on. I did it with Bridgman. I did it with a few artists where, you know, I would just try and immerse myself as much as, and I don't think I did it as much as I could have, you know. I'm actually, you know what, my big one that I want to do right now, I'm really excited about it. I was just looking at some Jay Lee artwork. I've been a huge Jay Lee fan for years, and I want to, sit down and try and do some Jay Lee sketches and see what I can get out of it. So
I'd love to see
that's my
that
next
one.
big one. But I would say the more of that you do, the more it'll sort this kind of thing out. But you are going about it the right. Like your lighting is working.
Okay, that gives me some confidence.
Yeah, for sure. Really, where it's not working is just where the anatomy is not working.
Right. Now another one I'll quickly just shuffle between the pencil and the inks because I do want to do inks. It's what actually got me into this kind of style when I started looking at your work and just going back through all the comics I've been going through in the past decade or so. By the way, I've never actually held an actual comic book. I've only been reading online since I was like 16 or something, and that's just the way we consume comic books here in Pakistan. It's
Blasphemy.
It's weird. It's weird, and by the time I start drawing, it's like I don't know what size works, and when if I'm supposed to look in closely, what it's supposed to look like, and I tried to do it digitally, and my hands just, I didn't enjoy it at first, so I want to get a little better with controlling normal pencils first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a lot of comics here.
Yeah, I
Better not
would love
close
to
my
have a
comic.
shelf full of them, but I've got digital copies on digital copies. So
Yeah.
I'll just show this one, and then I'll
Alright,
quickly
we'll
jump to
bring it
the
up.
inks. So I did this, I would say months before I did the earlier one. I was proud of it when I did it. That's what matters to me, I guess. And then I tried inking it, and it was a disaster.
Well, yes, I agree. Now,
Yes.
when you have a render heavy style, and if you go back to the pencils quickly there,
Yeah.
your pencil rendering, your sizing doesn't really match. The sizing of your rendering doesn't really match the form a lot of times. Like on his chest, that's a lot of very small, thin rendering. And
this is definitely something I was struggling with before I think your tutorial came out on Proco's channel.
oh right, yeah,
Yeah. So this was,
So-
I guess, kind of more like from observation at that time. It wasn't all that great. But yeah.
well, inking definitely really exposes that stuff much more.
Yeah.
So, that's why I say, yeah, you can ease into inking. And
Yeah.
really, if you gave this picture right here, and there are some problems with it, we can talk about those, but if you gave this to an inker that really knows what they're doing, like a top quality inker, they will be able to turn this into something that looks pretty professional, because they know what they're doing. But if you don't know how to ink and you have this kind of line work going on, and I've done it, so yeah. And I
If
want
you
to
could
say
just,
I can see.
break apart this picture, that would be great too. Because I, at this point, I don't see what I want to fix or not. I just don't know where I would even start with something like this.
Okay, well, I feel like the face that's in the foreground there, the bigger face,
Yeah.
is not as strong as your faces that are a little bit more recent. Seems like you've kind of worked out some of those forms.
Picked up your course.
Okay, well, yeah, well, great. So yeah, there's that. It's looking stronger for sure. The newer stuff. I think the folds on that cape, the guy in they I'd really like to see it kind of conform to the anatomy below just a little bit more. Like you'd see that kind of shoulder, and it's like no folds kind of over the shoulder, and then they would bunch where the shoulder meets the bicep a little bit, where the Robert, help me out. The shoulder muscle, deltoid.
Deltoid,
Yeah, meets the bicep. You get like a little bunching there. This is a place where if you took like a satin cloth, draped it over your own arm, and took a picture of that, you would get a very different look. And I would recommend you give that a try. I think that arm itself, though, actually looks pretty good. And again, the lighting, I think it works. It looks good. I think.
Okay, so I definitely thought I broke the lighting here, but
No,
I'll take that for sure.
I'm going to say that under his arm, the character in the background,
yeah.
there's a lightened portion there that I don't think should be lightened, because that would be you'd have a lot of shadow cast from the arm and the cape over that. So sure, but that's such a small thing.
Right.
For me,
I'm
really, where the
pretty
lighting.
sure I picked up like some references that had like completely different lighting schemes. So
Okay, yeah, I'll have to
my
leave
own distortions
that.
on top of all of it.
Yeah, I've done that where I've, especially backs, which my whole life I'll never be that great at drawing backs. So I'm looking at reference all the time, and you get two different pieces of reference, and next thing you know, it's like a car crash in the middle of the back.
That's very much so.
The foreground character, his jaw, like just below it, just in front of the ear, that area on the mask, you've got two kind of different lines pointing that are really not working. They're actually fighting with each other. It's creating an odd shape, but I'm sure you know that by now because you weren't doing
the
that
ones
later.
over here.
No, the other one.
Oh, righty. Yeah. No, definitely.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's definitely an issue, but that's an anatomical issue, and that's something that for me, I love doing it. Anatomical study is fun, it's relaxing, and it's it's very rewarding, but it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. So
it is, and every time I sit down to draw, with full-time job as an audio engineer making music, I just want to draw. And so when I do start doing the studies, I tend to just do the studies for too long then, and completely lose touch with what I want to do with my drawings then. So it's, I guess, a push and pull, right?
Oh, and when you're enjoying it to such an extent that you're just losing time, that's not such a bad thing. It's great.
Yeah, no, I don't beat myself up for it because it's more like meditation, honestly.
It is. It really is. It's for me. I'm sure it is for you too, Robert. Where when you're in a good place, it depends. I mean,
I'm meditating right now, Dave.
Not even drawing.
Well, for me, it's that I can actually listen to music when I draw. I didn't have that luxury back when I was just working on music 24/7.
That's sure, yeah. Oh yeah, writers. I think writing is worse than being a garbage man because you can listen to music when you're a garbage man. You can put a podcast on, but when you're writing, you have to have everything turned right down, and I've tried.
Have you said that to Meredith?
What's that?
Have you said that to Meredith?
Oh yeah, she knows. Yeah. I'm not saying it's. I'm not saying.
I understand.
I know. I couldn't do it. It takes.
It's a tough job.
Yep.
It's a tough job.
It's gotta be.
Thank you so much for both of you for your time.
No, thanks for being here.
Both of your channels have brought me from nothing. I couldn't draw straight lines or circles just a year ago.
Wow. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
You came a long ways then, that's for sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's some knowledge gaps in there. What is in there? The lighting and a lot of it, you have a sense of form. There's a lot that you have going for you, I feel like already. So
I'm just trying to observe everything I see right now. It's a new feeling, honestly.
Yeah, keep it up, man. Thanks so much for being here, all right?
Thank you for your time, guys.
Yeah, take care. All right. Oh. So next we've got Mary. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Mary.
Can you hear us? Oh.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you for doing this. This is awesome. I have a couple. I got more of a cover type piece and then a sequential page.
Well.
So yeah, I will share my screen.
Usually takes a minute to pop up here. Here it is. Okay, and I'm seeing the window that we're all on. So do you gotta set the right screen, or do you gotta move your artwork over?
I'll just pull it over here quickly. Is it showing up now?
There it is. Now it looks like it's just the art. Okay, you ready?
Awesome. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a lot of visual impact right away. And you're doing everything. You're doing all the way through to colors also.
Yeah.
Yeah, great colors on the purple. The way you lit that up to the yellow is really nicely done.
Thanks. Yeah, I had it. It was I did the burgundy suit first, and it kind of just blended into the orange background a little too much. So yeah, I tried to switch it to the purple.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, I really like Joker's face.
Yep. And Batman's face, actually.
Right.
Both are really, really well done. I think that what anatomy I can see in this one looks like it's working well. The folds, I like how you have, and I think the folds could be better, but you've got underneath the deltoid, And then in the crook of the arm, like they're bunched where you have natural kind of tension and bunching points, as opposed to just being drawn everywhere, which is really easy to do, and I do that a lot. So I think that's really well done.
For the folds, I was gonna actually ask about that because I struggle a lot if it's kind of a piece of clothing that's more loose fitting. I think especially suits. Like I kind of drew his suit a bit tighter here because I find it easier. But yeah, do you have any tips for like if the fabric is a bit looser? Like are the folds bigger or like do you draw them differently a bit or?
Okay, well, I definitely for a good long time drew clothing exactly like that, where it was much tighter because it is easier to get that working. For me, I started looking at J.C. Leyendecker, who's an old Saturday Evening Post artist before Norman Rockwell.
Okay.
And he's a painter, an oil painter. And so you would think, well, it's a little tough to kind of pick out really nice, crisp fold shapes from that. But he is peerless with what he would do with it. So he was using photo reference, but he would just boil that down into such a perfect kind of diagram. Anyway, Mark Silvestri, my old teacher, introducing me to that stuff really, really helped. And another artist that I would really recommend is Bernie Wrightson. If you can find in there, Bernie Wrightson he just passed away a couple years ago, but there's a big book of his work called A Look Back. And that's like a really nice, it's a big, huge book. I've got one that fell apart on me, so it's all in little pieces, but hopefully they're binding it together better now. But if you can find that, that's a really, really good source of clothes. He's incredible at it. I don't know of anybody better. I don't know, Rob, think of other artists that are really good for clothing?
For clothing? I mean, I think you've got some good techniques on that. Have you watched his YouTube videos on clothing?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And then, so and another thing I'll say too is it is taking it's so far.
Just draw it.
Look where the camera is. It'll be easy for me to find it. So it's one shape interconnecting with another, and
the zigzag.
Right. And so you get a zigzag pattern. If you can stick with that, and then you can break it up a little bit here and there, but just bearing that in mind. Also bearing in mind how that pattern will affect the outline if it goes all the way to it. I would say until you get really comfortable, probably the best thing to do, and I still do this at times, if it's hard enough, or if I need something like especially a bigger shot, I can get away with a smaller one because I can just kind of fudge a little detail. But if it's big enough, I just take up my phone, I run upstairs, and I say, Meredith, either I can get my wife, I can get her to pose for a picture if that's going to work. But if it's not, then I'll pose and I'll make her take the picture. And you just have to kind of bite the bullet and put on a suit and go for it. So that always works. Yeah. I wish that I could say, oh, here's a shortcut for this. It took me years to really start to get comfortable, and I'm still not always.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess the more you see it and kind of look at references, I guess it'll just slowly kind of make more sense.
It does, yeah. And like drawing hair for me was really hard because, again, it's another organic kind of a thing. It doesn't have like a definitive form. And, after a couple of years, you do it enough times and it just starts, it's like writing your name. Eventually, you don't think about it and it just, it's hard to mess it up. So
yeah, that makes sense.
But it takes time.
Yeah, and it's good to see that. Was that the only one you wanted to show, Mary?
I have a couple others.
Yeah, let's see what else you got. But it's good seeing you doing that to the finished, result. And it takes a lot of effort to do that. Pencil, ink, color, and you got it looking good.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't ever feel very confident in my colors, but it's kind of.
Oh, see, I thought those popped really well.
Yeah, really well.
Okay, here's the other artwork. Very cool. Kind of scary, but hey, scary is good.
Graphic content.
Graphic, yes, that's what I was looking for.
So I would say Ideally, you'd want to try and think more in terms of layering your lights and darks. Everything kind of falls into a bit of a I'm not really getting okay. So a good example is the bottom left panel, and there's a leg in the foreground, and it's silhouetted, which is always a really great effect to use. Behind him, you have a figure that's light, and that actually really works. I think that's great. But his shoulder is still pretty dark, and then you have a character that's dark behind. And I think if you would have left it lighter across the top of that shoulder, you wouldn't have had to put. You have like a little line between them to kind of differentiate them. You wouldn't have had to do that at all. And I do those kinds of lines all the time, like with white to pop things out. But I always consider it to be a failure because you really want your shadow patterning to pop things as much as you possibly can.
That makes sense. Yeah, I tend to use that line a lot. So I guess, yeah, I'm probably doing that a lot.
So yeah, I would really think about planning as much as you can in order to avoid having to do that. The panel that's just above it, the guy, he's got that shirt, and he's reaching toward the other guy that's beside him. Well, they both have a shirt. He's got a shirt that that is the sleeve is just below the elbow. The lighting on his arm, it's dark at the bottom and dark at the top. And I would really recommend that you isolate your lighting to one side of the form as much as you can. And that makes it so much easier to start to separate out your forms. You might want to try looking at some Eduardo Rizzo, because this is the kind of page that he can draw this kind of thing really well. And he's so good at arranging his shadows. And it takes a little bit to kind of get the hang of it. Like, it seems like a bit of a esoteric kind of a thing. But once you start playing with it a bit, it's very easy. You'd be surprised. And I think this page could really benefit, because the drawing, there's a lot of really nice stuff. There's a lot of nice looking anatomy. But in terms of just looking at it, it really flattens, and it kind of fights the eye a little bit. And I think it's just because the shadow patterning is a little all over.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is like in terms of details, would you say like in the lit areas, like, do you have any tips for detailing and stuff like that that would help to keep the shadows like a bit more contrasted to the light areas?
Have you ever looked at Mike Mignola's artwork?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a really good example of an artist that, he's very much a single light source and really strong, just shadow shapes. And it's very graphic too, which I really like, because it's, for me, just mentally, it's easy to kind of break that down. And, it's something you might want to experiment with. Now, I don't know that you'd want to draw like Mike Mignola. I know that I didn't, but I also got so much out of kind of playing with the way that he structures that sort of thing. So I'd say that's something, maybe would be good to look at. And I think if you just drew some of that kind of stuff and really tried to capture that look, when you go back to doing even more detailed stuff, I think it would really make a difference.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I guess, yeah, just to kind of get that understanding of the shadow and light down first.
Yeah. And how to, in terms of painting, if you have a shadow, you never want anything in the shadow to be lighter or as light as anything that's in the light portion of a picture, and vice versa. And so you want to get that effect in black and white too. So if you have a black area, you want to make sure that all is in the shadow. If you have something that's actually pointing to the light and you put any kind of a shadow onto it, it won't read like a shadow. It'll just read like kind of, a splotch or something. I feel like I'm not really explaining that one. But
that could be a good upcoming video on your channel, Dave.
Yeah, actually that
delve into that, because I like the way you're starting that, where it's like about the values of it, right? But it gets lost in like an ink drawing. You got to be more tactile about it, the execution, I think, right?
Yeah, and the problem is that, again, I'm really bad at explaining things, with my mouth first of all, and it's a bit of a tough. Like I could switch over and start drawing a little bit.
Right.
I would have a difficult time. It's something I'll really have to think about. I want to do that though. I think
Yeah. Maybe we'll see a video on his channel about it real soon.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. I do have just one more.
Sure.
It's kind of more recent. I don't know if it helps with this is kind of a newer one.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's got a cleaner look. I like that.
Yeah,
I mean, I like the other one too, but that's sharp.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I wanted to kind of ask you, like, I tried using gradients a bit with this when I'm inking it. And I wanted to ask if kind of what you think, like if it works or if it doesn't work, or if, yeah, I'm kind of debating like going on with that kind of style or kind of the style of the last page, I guess.
I like it. What do you think, Dave?
I definitely like this more. I think it really structures out nicer. And you're using outlines of white on things, but it's so much clearer all the way around. And I don't think the gradients actually look bad at all. I think they really help. They look good. And the folds on his arm, that bottom panel, he's got the suit on his bent arm that's on the desk.
Yeah, I like that.
Very well done. The other arm is pretty well done. You kind of get a little lost just in his upper arm there.
Yeah,
but
I struggled with that one.
Yeah,
but not badly, you know. And the face is great. Actually, by the way, all the faces are very cool. I feel like you might be a little wide with the mouths. They're smiling and their mouths are kind of pulling all the way back past the eye. So just proportionally, but it actually kind of looks, you know, kind of interesting. It doesn't necessarily look bad.
Yeah, it almost looks like cool and eerie.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, is like normally in terms of proportions, like does the mouth always not extend kind of past the eye?
Well, if a relaxed mouth, and people are different. Some people have wider or some people have narrower mouths. So obviously not everybody has the same face, but just as an average, your mouth is going to be about as wide as the center of your eye. And so if you smile really widely, then it'll push out a little bit, but a really wide smile doesn't actually go out that far. So it would go out maybe to the edge of the eye. I'd have to look. I think you could certainly get away with that anyway, but you have it pulled quite a bit further.
Well, here, Dave, there you go. Make a large smile.
There, look at that. It's about
okay, let me hold my finger up to the screen there. What's to the side of his eye?
Yeah, I think it's about the size. So yeah, and you had it kind of. I'm looking at myself on the screen, so I'll keep going backwards. But yeah, you had it quite a bit further, and it did actually look pretty cool. But I want to mention that just in case that's not something that you're aware that you're doing.
Right.
Yeah, that is definitely good to know. I know when I draw like a front-on profile, I'll like kind of line it up, but from the side profile, I tend to like forget to even think about
like
that.
Center of the eye or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but looking good, Mary. Thank you for showcasing your work here, and yeah, keep improving.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for all the advice and everything. I really appreciate it.
Cool. All right. See you soon.
Thanks. See you.
Bye. All right. So next we have, it's Carlos, I believe.
Yeah.
Carlos.
Hi, Carlos.
Hola.
Hello. Awesome. I was very nervous to get on here. This is my first art review. So.
Hey, we're all nervous.
First off, I want to say thank you to both of you. I followed Dave Finch for a long time, big comic book fan, been drawing for a long time since I was a little kid, like Robert, unlike Dave. But yeah, I've been following his art and then started following the channel. And every Monday I'm on the live stream too. And I got my wife to start watching, and we're both doing art following and then watching all of the videos. Literally learned so much, and my art has progressed. But in any case, let me share my screen here. But I just want to say thank you to both of you guys. I learned a lot.
Thank you.
Here, screen. All right. So this is a pinup that I did for a comic book character that I'm working on with a couple of my friends. I'm currently the inker, but this is all me. This is my pinup, and I don't know if you can tell, I got a lot of David Finch influence in my art. I don't know if you see it yet, but
I don't know why this takes so long to pop up.
let's see. I'll try to share.
I'll be sending a stern email to Streamyard. Very stern. But yeah, whatever, dude. Delete.
Yeah.
I don't see. Excuse me. I don't see it. See, this is where I don't get it. If it seems like I might have to, escort someone out so I can make room, but then sometimes it pops up, so I'm not getting it.
I see. Okay.
Try it again.
How about now?
Yeah, see, now it popped up, but I'm just seeing a white screen. Oh, there we go. Boom. I don't get it.
Yeah. Very cool.
Okay, so this is my figure. I did this based off of live people basically. I don't know if you got I do a lot of live anatomy art and using different poses of people. I'm big into fitness, so I actually follow someone, one of their YouTubes, and I'll kind of screenshot his poses and use that for anatomy. And this is one of the kind of things I was going for, kind of a 3/4 pose coming at you, sort of like you can see the left arm, and the head is kind of closer at a downward angle.
Yeah, well, this is a great thing about that kind of a shot is you can tell that the horizon line is right about eye level, so he's looking at somebody holding a camera that's basically as tall as he is, and so the rest of the figure is all in perspective right away. That makes such a big difference to an image. I'm just going to say, in terms of proportion, I always make my hands a little bigger than real life. Now, it's superhero, so it's a choice, but I feel like his hands look a little small.
Okay, that makes sense.
And part of that too is the camera lens is going to add some distortion. It looks like it's kind of going. The head is larger, and then it gets smaller because it's from the camera. It's like I don't know what kind of fisheye lens, whatever kind of lens that would be, but that's something I would kind of compensate for when you're drawing it. Like if I ever use photo reference, I definitely make sure to try to compensate for those sorts of distortions.
Hey guys, we're getting a little. Are you guys hearing that echo?
I am, yeah.
Carlos, do you possibly have your speakers on? Is that what it is? You're not using headphones, maybe?
No, I'm using headphones. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, sometimes it just happens. It's like,
does it? Okay.
I don't know.
Did you have another one, Carlos?
I do. That's it, inked, colored. I also do that myself. So that's that. I'm just going to the next. Okay. And I'm currently the inker on the comic book we're working on, graphic novel really, but so if you can see here, the one on the left is what I was handed, and the one on the right is what I did to it. So I don't know if you kind of.
No, you added a lot from the one on the left.
Yeah, they're not asking you to ink that. They're asking you to. You were the artist on that entirely.
Right, definitely.
Storytelling, but
right, and amazing layouts is one thing. So he's doing a lot of that, and it's kind of helping my art as well. And each page is pushing me even further. Especially each time I watch a video of either of you, it's kind of I can see the difference of each page going forward of how it's adapting. Like David mentioned, you can see on some artists where as the comic book goes, you can see it slowly start getting better.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's always really interesting. A new artist that's really growing fast, just seeing it page by page. I really like the first panel, the second panel, the third panel. I really like that arm is very, very strong, and the muscular structure in that arm really is. Excuse me. Is not really there in the layout. It's there, but you really blot it out. I do feel like the forearm, your shadowing, goes up way too far into the arm. It's something where it almost reads like a tattoo because, and like I was saying earlier, where if you shadow heavily up into where the light's hitting, it will start to not read like shadow. It'll start to read like a spot on the surface, and it starts to read like that. For that
Gotcha.
arm.
And it's mostly on that forearm that's
Yes.
closest to us, right? I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
entirely on that form. And
Yeah.
a little bit on the arm behind it too, just because you've got some kind of shapes drawn in there, and they're not really connecting to anything so much. So there's that too. Now, another thing that I want to point out is you have a shadow cast across that forearm in the background, the rear forearm.
Right.
And then you have the shadow you can see on the wall behind it.
Right.
Now, they line up perfectly. And
it's fighting itself.
Well, it would never happen at all, because here for this one, I do actually want to, if you don't mind, I'm gonna just put my thing up here so you can see what I mean. I can explain this one in a way that makes kind of sense. Let me.
Can I solo you or no?
I'll
Sure.
try to zoom into it too. Yeah.
You know what? I really need paper. I've got no paper.
You're out of paper?
I got lots, but it's just not here. Hold on.
I still think that's a really good sketch. I'm going to draw it really quick. Hold on.
Oh. There we go. Paper. All right.
There went my chance.
For what?
I was going to draw that sketch. You covered it up, but whatever. No big deal, dude.
All right. What was I going to do?
I don't know. I'm not you.
Right. Shadow. Okay. So I'm going to draw like a circle over a little bit here, and then, a shape behind it. And if I shadow, or if I light it from here, I'm going to have a shadow along it here. And then it's going to cast a shadow below it onto the wall behind it. So, and that would put this thing basically right on top of the shape that's behind it. And if I did the same thing, I'll draw it smaller. And I've got the shape behind it. If I wanted to separate it out, so here I've got my shadow. If I wanted this to be way forward from this, then I would draw my shadow out all the way down here, and that distance really, now you can see, look at how much further it is from that surface below. So playing with your shadows and your distances is a way that you can really separate or close things in together. Now, this is still decently separated, but probably actually, and I just kind of wanted to say that, but I'm going to draw, let's see, I'm going to try and do this in a way that's going to get across what I'm trying to say. And this is where, like, you do tutorial videos, Rob, and
Right.
Such a big part of it is just like thinking, how can I make this kind of make sense, Anyway, so I've got a wall and I've got some pipes along the wall like this. And if I shadow along the wall, I'm going to draw a shadow down through here. For my pencil. I'm not here all day.
You know what? I think we all need a course from Dave all about shadows. Just a freaking massive course of just shadows. Well, a lot of people struggle with it, myself included. Yeah, I'd sign up for that one. Just saying, just throwing it out there.
Now, because, well, and I should do it. And thank you. Okay, so this is kind of my rounding for my pipe. And I mean, this is a total mess, but this is kind of the volume that it's taking up. And so if I have my shadow along the wall that's behind it, when it comes around the pipe, it's going to follow that rounding. And so that's what I'm going to end up with, just like that. And I'm going to end up with the same thing like this.
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
And so, yeah, there you go. So it doesn't just rest along. You need to follow your shadow along the surface too. And the converse would be true. So if I had, a wall and then like a divot in the wall, then it comes out like this, and I shadow across it, it would come in and then go like this and then come back out and go like this. So it wouldn't just sit, it wouldn't go directly across it. It has to follow the form that's underneath. And this would be shadowed obviously because it's anyway, but that's kind of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's golden, dude. That's some good tips right there.
Well, thank you. All right, so I'm going to switch back.
All right, let me go back to this. Yeah, so hopefully everybody screen grabbed that because that wasn't that. That was like, see, I love them ones where it's like it's simple, but then once explained the right way, it's like you almost want to smack your head, right? Like, oh, why didn't I think of it like that? But that was a good one. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, this is why we watch.
I mean, he's here to help you, Carlos, but I feel like I'm the one that got the most out of that.
No, I definitely got it too. And it, every little thing that either of you guys say, sometimes there's these small things that just like click, and it's like that one little line. Sometimes you see, oh, okay, that's how I should be approaching this, and not really. Sometimes it's just that connection that's missing of why this is drawn a certain way. And I think that's
it's a lot of the whys. They have the techniques.
Yeah, once you have like a reason or a kind of connection to it, I think it kind of helps put everything in perspective.
Oh, for sure. And I love looking at style and look at how this artist kind of got this hand pose, that kind of thing. But really, the most important stuff is still, because it's still a foundational skill. Shadowing is a foundational skill, but it's really easy to neglect that stuff and not understand it. And that stuff is, I love it because it's something that applies everywhere. And when I learn something like this, and I'm sure there's so many things like this that I just don't really actually understand still, but yeah, when I learned this, it made a difference for my art everywhere, not just in a ball on top of a shape. It's everywhere. So yeah, that's always exciting when you get something new like that.
Yeah, that was cool. And then it makes me think of like
do you guys have any other?
What's that?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Do you guys have any other tips based off of just my art in general? I know I guess watching the hand sizes and the head sizes is one thing, and of course the shadowing, but just as a whole on progressing and just seeing what my inks look like and just art looks like. Is there anything else that you think I should be working on?
Looking at it, aside from those things, I felt like it had a lot of kind of a Frank Miller sort of a feel, and some of it even had a bit of a Frank Quitely kind of feel a little bit. And I like the fact that I can look at it and get, a little bit of a feeling of some artists that I really like. That's what you want, and it's your own thing too. So like the arm that was lifted with the sweater, I thought those folds looked really good. The back of the sweater, some of that kind of got lost. And I definitely think that, and it's a headache. I hate doing it. I hate I've got a sweater on right now, but I would hate to have to find a sweater and put it on and take a picture, and it's not fun. But I feel like you kind of lost it back there a little bit. So it might have been worth a little bit of reference for that. And something
and I think that was one of the things I actually picked up from you was putting on something and looking at it and taking a photo of myself, basically that's kind of where you're on fold. So that part I think I've learned pretty well from the videos. But yeah, sometimes it's like that big heavy shadowing spot on the back kind of threw it off a little bit.
Yeah, I think you would have been better off just to leave that shadow out of there. It was reading not like a shadow to me. And I think it's because you have the figure coming out of the window, and so you're casting a shadow from the window, but it's going so far out over that figure that it wasn't reading like a shadow. It would have, and this is where shadow distancing is such a big thing. And understanding that really eliminates those kinds of problems.
Got it.
Well, cool. All right, Carlos, we appreciate having you. So yeah, stay tuned for more videos.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the knowledge.
Yeah, pleasure.
Thanks. Thanks, Carlos. think we're getting a little bit of a delay there.
Yeah. Sometimes it's
glitchy.
It's glitchy. Different internets.
Yeah. Okay, I think now we have great. You're still up for some more? What are we at time-wise here?
We're at 10 o'clock, actually, 10 o'clock even. So we're not doing too badly.
You keep going?
Oh, sure. Well, we have more people waiting, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I can just delete them.
No. Can tell I'm Canadian.
I'm trying to see all their little faces in the thing. Nobody got mad. I'm proud of you guys. Wait, no, one guy's mad. All right, here we go. Add a stream. This is Greg. Your mic is muted.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, all right. So sorry, this is kind of a mess of stuff here. So I technically have like kind of one, but I also kind of have like technically two. Well, so I'll start with this first. I'm still in the middle of doing this one. So this one's actually a work in progress right now that I'm currently working on. I've been checking out the new show, Invincible. I haven't actually seen the comic until recently, but I've been checking out the Invincible, and I kind of decided to throw an Omni-Man piece out. And actually, it's kind of is where I have a bit of trouble. This was actually something I chatted in the not this past stream, but the one before, where I'm kind of trying to work on this connection part here, where it goes from like the traps to like the shoulder, where the chest is supposed to lay, and like the rib cage beneath it, kind of deal, especially with an angle like this. I don't know if you have any thoughts on this one so far. The face is actually I'm still working on that, but it's definitely better than where I was, and I'm honestly not even sure if I'll even be able to pull this off again in the future, but I'm still working on it.
Yeah. Okay. First of all in all, I think it looks really good. That chest construction it's solid. I like how you got the shoulder on there properly. Like, I don't see any issues with what you have there at all. I think it's all really working. So, and also where you've cut into the chest, toward the face. So you've got the chest, you got the bottom of the chest here, and then it kind of cuts up here, and then you've got it cutting in this way. That's perfect. The way you have it there, that's really because it's all kind of one mass in the sense that your deltoid connects all the way through and then into your chest. But there's definitely there's a real division here. Just where
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I'm trying to work on, and I think what I'm gonna start doing is kind of doing that thing where you would like kind of connect it here and try to find another way to show that it's kind of devised here. Because every time I do this, it always makes it look like the deltoid is just like a shoulder plate armor type thing for some reason.
Okay, yeah, well here, let me I'm gonna switch here.
Yeah, you got to remember the pectoralis, the chest goes right into the deltoid. So there's a part of it where the chest goes in there, and that's why it's hard to segment the shoulder too much.
Yeah, it's tough. And one thing that I've always been having, especially this is another reason why this has taken so long to finish, this angle for the arm construction, especially when I get down to the hand, especially when I try to draw a closed fist in this particular angle, is one of the absolute biggest struggles for me. Actually, this one too, come to think about it, both sections there, both arms, I should say.
Yeah, I actually find that arm that's on the other side of his chest, the far away arm, I find that pose to be a lot harder. But the thing I like to use there is that lightning bolt method. So it's like you already started it. You got the curve of the deltoid, and then you got a line coming back up towards the bicep, right? So,
I'm sorry, where was that you said?
You got the curve.
Deltoid?
You got the curve to the deltoid.
Okay, I'm going to try this too. Curve to the deltoid.
Yep, and then the line going back up. He's already got it there. It's that cut in the deltoid that goes up to the bicep. If you were to go up to the top of the bicep from that angle, then bend it back down like you're drawing the curve of the bicep, and then back up like you're going to find the peak of the forearm.
Oh, as David's drawing this, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
I think I've seen this on your videos before.
It's a zigzag pattern, and it really simplifies poses like that, I think, anyways.
Did I do that right?
Let me give you the screen. It's hard to see because it's a little smaller. Yeah, that part. So you got you're basically, if you were to paint the picture of the highest point of the deltoid, the highest point of the bicep, the highest point of the forearm, in a zigzag, like lightning bolt is what I like to call it, or what it's referred to as. I didn't invent it, but so down, up, down, back, zigzag, go back
Okay,
up.
so I'm here this way, and
Up there, down, and then back up.
that way?
Yep. And
Okay.
then a big curve down for the whole forearm, or relatively. I mean, you want to get some of the angles in there. But that little bit of a lightning bolt is just a quick reference point, and then you got to fill in your forearms, obviously. But
Sure, yeah.
Okay, and that's like the that inward part of the forearm segment. Every time I draw arms now, I'm always picturing it in those shapes that your tutorial showed. It was actually super helpful. Now I just need to get it right, is what it is.
Yeah.
So now for the chest, I'm just gonna. I like to go, and it depends on the person. Some people have a very broad, thick chest all the way under here, but I just feel like it looks more aesthetic to have a bit of a triangular kind of a shape here, like that. I like how that looks a little bit more, and then it's a little bit thinner toward the center, and it just reads nicely. And so I draw that shape there, and then the next thing that I would do is I've got my collarbone here, and then there's a bit of a gap between your deltoid and your chest, your pectoral, and your striations kind of come out from here. So just like this. I don't want to get too carried away with them, but just having those two spots right there, this is too much already. I keep saying this spot, and I'm making it bigger and bigger.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just there's like a little bit of a spot right there, and then just a little cast shadow on that part behind it, and that can be enough to kind of define that without going too far. And now if I really wanted to light the arm, so it's really dark, I'm going to shadow in the whole bicep area, then I would be much more like this. And, the chest would be dark all the way up through to here. And maybe I'd catch a little bit of light here. Anyway, I'm ended up going over the whole body, but it depends on how you want to light it. And you really need to, this is where it gets tough, is I can define some little shapes, but depending on the lighting, those shapes change, So, but it's understanding those landmarks and being able to use those, I think.
Definitely. Okay.
Very cool.
And
yeah,
then,
but I like that. Yeah, I was gonna say I agree with them. I like that pose. I like the bow. You got the bowing of the chest going really well. Once you get those arms filled in and connect it with shadows like Dave's showing, it'll really take form.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And at the same time, I'm terribly nervous because I feel like if I don't want to mess this piece up.
No, you can't mess up. You got an eraser and you got a light table or no?
No light table. This is just an art desk with a ring light above it.
Draw lightly until you find, what I like doing is I got scrap pieces of printer paper everywhere. And if I'm struggling on an idea and I'm working on some nicer Bristol board, I'll grab that little scrap piece over to the side. I'll do my doodles and get the ideas worked out, even if it's a piece of the illustration. And almost always I'll come back to the finished art and kind of nail it. So you can kind of build confidence off to the side on a little sketch pad or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's a good point there too. And then one thing that I'm trying to also work on, and Dave, your leg video was helpful. I think, and every time you show legs, it's super helpful. I don't know what it is with me personally. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like I may need help when it comes to starting off at least like somewhere up here, or if like someone were to like rough in really quickly a chest and then continue down to the legs, because I can probably, I'm not gonna like try to do much, but I can probably like do like the quick representation of the pelvis and then kind of go with the legs, and then I could probably build something off of that.
Yep.
But when I have something started here and then I try to go into it, it gets a whole mess. Now, of course, I kind of had like the whole thing built in before I got this far into it. I'll do the rough out kind of thing. But then every time the legs just got so messed up that I was like, I had to start over. And by then I was like here, and now it's just like, now I have to try and add legs to something that's almost halfway done, and it's a mess.
Okay, well, here, hold on. I've got something.
And I feel like it shouldn't be so much of like a jump just because I have a torso roughed in first, but for some reason it is. I don't understand it with myself.
So this is a very similar kind of a pose, this right here. And so he's got where it's tougher is when you have the kind of underwear, then it gives you a clean break. You just draw that line right through here. You draw a line up there, and you can kind of just darken that whole area or just ignore it. It makes it a lot easier. But I'm a huge fan of Alan Davis, and he used to draw Captain Britain all the time, and he had more of this kind of a pattern. Anyway, so I've got what you have here. I've got all those structures drawn in, and then there's a bit of a right here. So I've got the bottom of the stomach, and right here just below the oblique. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is a extra oblique. I don't know what the heck it is, but it's there. And then all of basically your striations for the leg kind of connect up into there, but you really shouldn't see too much. And so I've got one defined here, and I've got the other defined here. And because it's more lit here, like this one, it's just a little different because of the lighting. I gave this a little bit of a, it comes up and then it kind of hitches over and comes up just because it looks cooler. I don't know that it's right or wrong, whatever. I like to kind of jag my lines around a little bit, but that's how I put it together. And I'm going to tell you right now, that is the limit of my understanding of that area. I hate to say it, but because you don't have major plane changes in this area, and it's not an area that you want to overemphasize or accentuate too much. It's a real risk to do that. So like this area here, especially, clearly you don't want to be drawing a whole lot of form in there because it's not where you want to draw people's eye, and it's not ever a good thing. And so the easiest parts on a body of any body to draw are, like, for instance, under your deltoid, it clearly curves under, and you get some shadowing pulled up there, and you get a hard definition on the cast shadow. And this is also what I meant about soft shape. Like, this is soft going up here, and then I have a really hard line here, hard here, and understanding where to bake your things hard makes a big difference. Anyway, the stomach is another area because it points upward, your body points upwards, and then when it curves under, that's a real plane change. It makes it very easy. The things that people struggle with the most, and things I struggle with the most, are areas like this where it's all really fairly flat. There's no muscle that really pops out. Like, you don't have a big deltoid stick, or something. Well, I guess that would be on the back, right? It would be your butt. So, but from the front, it's really very subtle detail. So I think it's a mistake to look at then go, I need to really, understand and be able to draw this in high detail. I don't think that's a good thing to be doing.
Yeah, because you really want the detail from the legs to start from your knees and your quadriceps, but then, like you've done there, Dave, you want it to blend off, right? Fade off into the hip area. Hey, yeah. Great panel, by the way. Thank you. Everybody, right. That is a stunning panel. Love that shot. Okay, so let's critique Dave's work.
Right. Like that's needed.
Right. Hey, we can all get better. All right, where's this other button? Sorry, I can't even figure out what button to click here. Okay, so do you have another piece of art, or is that good?
Yes, I do, and this is actually it right here. No, I'm just kidding. That's a piece of Dave's thing.
I was gonna say. Start with a sketch.
Right. So
that's what the one guy did, though. He started with something that was pretty basic. All of a sudden, he brings out something that was a lot more advanced.
Right. I wish I had something as advanced as those.
Hey, one day.
So I kind of wanted to show this a little bit only because of two things. It's kind of a bit more of a representation of where I am so far, as well as it's specific because I'm trying to be able to move past just base things like a standing pose and move a little into something a little more dynamic. And so for these, though, I was more so focusing on this one because I had questions in particular, but since that's in there, questions about that as well. So this is, I'm trying to get a better understanding of a pose such as this one, because this book is where I pretty much just do quick poses and sketches, trying to get everything together so I can, you know, pretty much better myself, you know, just doing gestures and stuff. And I don't know what it is. I seem to not be able to get too good of a handle on getting a pose like this. This was something more similar to like your Wolverine stream type of a pose kind of deal. So as far as getting that curvature of the torso and bringing that leg up and also making it come forward, and this is like super long now that I'm looking back at it. And then of course something along the lines of these, whereas this is a little more closer to where I am. This is something more recent. I'm kind of trying to do something along the lines of this for like a versus pose that I'm planning.
Super solid pose, by the way. That one really.
Which one?
That one that you were just pointing at.
This one here.
Really nicely done. I think it looks really great.
That's a good
okay, good, because yeah, I was nervous about that. This one is kind of, I guess, think along the lines of, I guess since Omni-Man is here, Omni-Man versus Superman type of actually, you know what? That might actually end up just being exactly what it's going to be when I put it together.
Yeah, no, they're great poses though. They're very, very expressive. I like the proportions. I mean, they're pretty cool.
Oh, and I'm sorry, the main questions that well, not the main questions, but other questions that I had about these as well is what I might even, what's the word I'm looking for? If I can make a request for a potential up and coming tutorial at some point, is not necessarily hands specifically, but like hands in certain angles, because the fist at these angles are going to be tough for me, for sure.
Yeah, but you know, like Dave was mentioning about putting on certain clothing, the thing that you got most readily available to you is your hands and cell phones. You just got to take a bunch of pictures of every different angle, every different pose you can picture of superhero pose angles, and catalog those and put them on the screen in front of you. And then don't try to draw them exactly the way you see them. Try to draw them like really simple, really stylistically as big shapes. And then once you start to understand those shapes, you can start adding in the detail and the texture and the rendering and all that good stuff. But Dave, wouldn't you say, I mean, that's how I've been able to get past certain hand poses that boggle my mind, or, obviously looking at comics as well. But I find it just really fast to take a camera and take a shot. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, no, I've been doing that for years. And before cell phones, I would just use my mirror and, and try and, find the right angle, or just find somebody that I can get to give me that pose,
Right.
Like there are sometimes I can get the pose, but it's the wrong hand. And I have such a hard time making that mental transition if I'm trying to copy something and it's flipped. Yeah.
Oh my. So, okay, so it's not just me. Good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's tough to do that. So, but yeah, using your own hands, using your hands with a mirror is a great way to go. And with phones now, I mean, you can just flip the image.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's so simple. And then what I found too, like for instance, on Macs, you got that photo booth, right? And so it's just your camera from your computer. And what it does is that, like if we were to do it right now on the screen and you hold your hand up, you get that very extreme foreshortened perspective. It's rare that you do that. I think I don't use it a lot whenever I did storytelling, but it's there if you need it. But it's that very extreme foreshortening where your hand gets real big and you pretty much don't see the rest of your arm. But yeah, the cameras are great for that.
Yep. And I recommend too, if it can be really difficult to look at your own hand and then be able to break that down really simply and easily into a sketch that you can use on your character. Anything drawing from life is going to be a little bit harder. Disney artists, there are some you can type it into. What's the image thing? know what I mean?
Google.
Okay, sure. Yeah, Google. I know that'll work. I'm thinking about that. It's like a social media one, but Pinterest.
Oh,
You know, and people have like boards of all kinds of different. Anyway, and working with some of those like really simple, some of the like 50s Disney artists, incredible at really great hands.
Oh yeah,
really
definitely.
And it's a good thing to kind of try, because while that won't give you the detail, that gives you the ability to draw hands quickly and easily, you know, and get that gesture. Makes a big difference. I like doing that anyway.
No, I think that's actually a great way to do it. And there's times I've Googled specifically Disney, you know, sketches, and you'll see their practice sheets of all the different expressions, the hand poses, the gestures. And man, that is a really good thing to draw from, because it forces you to look past all the detail that we generally get confused in with comic art. And you want some of that in that comic art. You know, some of the styles that I think work the best have just a great use of gesture and cartooning with, you know, the stuff we like, that intense rendering and detail, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, keep it up, man. It's looking good, Greg.
Thank you. Did you have any thoughts on how I would better construct a post such as this one? Because actually, Rob, what you were talking about is something I did to this one here. I kind of looked at the at Dave's Wolverine, but I kind of wanted to try and not focus too much specifically on what I'm seeing, but more so of that energy. And it kind of and it went from something pretty wild and sketchy, and I reformed it down to this, but it still doesn't seem to feel as natural as opposed like that would or should.
Yeah, I think that, like you had just saw, that if you change the proportions, the leg, the actual shape of that leg is almost there. It's stretched out and it's too big by the you know, your knee area. But if you were to, you got to get used to bringing that form up and condensing it back. So it's almost like the drawing's right, but you have to squish it in, widen it a little bit. Well, not wider at the bottom, but bring it up and draw it more out at you, like towards camera. What I'll do a lot of times is I'll just draw that as a cylinder in perspective, and then I'll reference what you have right there, and I'll implement that drawing over top of that. And that takes some practice, but that's really what you need to do. You got, like I said, you got the curve of the anatomy, and the anatomy basically looks good. It's just distorted and widened too much at the bottom of the leg, where you're trying to get it to come out at the camera, not stretch down the page.
Gotcha. So I kind of more so need to work on the placement of it. It's roughly correct. I just need to work on the placement and proportions of how it would look.
Yeah, you just gotta, let's see if I could do it real quick and show you what I mean.
You're not going to show the desk?
I don't have that camera set up like you. You're all fancy. I don't. You're the special guest. I just wanted to give you a break from all the drawing you had to do here.
Also, not to interrupt what you're doing, but just as an afterthought, what I'm thinking of doing with something like this is I printed out a couple of Dave's pieces from the what's it called? You have it on your Gumroad.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I've printed out a couple of those files. I want to try something along the lines of what Dr. Rock was doing, where he kind of used some transparent paper and kind of traces the important parts there. I'm trying to work on that a bit more to kind of help me on some of these issues that I'm having. So hopefully that's not too much of a bad idea to go with.
No, yeah, absolutely. And I saw somebody in the comments said, looking at artists means that you'll just copy their mistakes, and you're better to look at muscle magazines or, you know, Drawing from Life or anatomy books. Now, I don't disagree with that. I think that's good advice. And I think excuse me, I think that anatomy books are great for knowing where the muscles go. And muscle magazines, that kind of thing. Now, you don't want something that's too muscular, but that's great for, you know, getting some detail. But you want to be a comic artist, or you want to be, you know, a kind of all Western art, all Eastern art, whatever, you know, it has a style, and you need to at least kind of fit into that somewhat. Anyway, I think looking at artists is also very important. You just want to look at more than one artist, because if you look at a few different artists, you're not going to pick up all of one artist's mistakes. Hopefully that'll give you
Yes, yeah, that's something I'm trying to make sure, because I have a couple of them that's in the realm of the style that I'm going for. So like yourself, Ryan Stegman is one that I've recently picked up on, and a new one that I've actually recently discovered, who I don't know how I haven't seen his work before. Philip Tan is great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, very expressive stuff. Yeah, so this is what I was saying. I mean, it's a basic representation, but if you practice like that cylinder method and then take your anatomy and swirl it around the cylinder, like I said, your anatomy looks good. I would just and then you can also really focus on where's my finger. You can also focus on the plane change of the knee, and then the knee, that bony landmark is real easy to move and use that as a landmark. You know, so you move it up. You try drawing the leg back more. It doesn't look good. Move it over. Draw it. You know. That's what I do. I have to draw legs a couple times to get them the way I want. But I think ultimately you got some good shapes going on there. You just got to maneuver them a little differently.
See, that was a beautiful example of something that you like. That simple picture you just showed helped me like tenfold, because a lot of times when I'm trying to do something like that with like a cylinder, I'll have it like this and I'm trying to fit the knee, like this will be my knee and all of that, whereas you actually had it adjust. This looks weird, but you had it adjusted just right to where it actually fit properly. That was a huge help for me right there.
Yeah, just really focus on your plane changes. That simplifies a lot of stuff with anatomy, and you know, those plane changes are important. So yeah, thank you, Greg. Let's move on to the next one, and we appreciate having you.
Thank you so much, you guys. You guys are super helpful, and you guys are like I don't more helpful than you know. If anything, like you guys are great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Take care, bud.
You too.
Okay, and next we've got Juan. Juan.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Rob and Dave. It's good to see you again. I was on I think the first or the second one critique that you did.
It's been a long
while. I have a couple of new things. Is it okay if I show you like 3 things? If that's not asking too much.
We'll say that provisionally. If you have pages and they're very detailed, and we have a lot to say, then okay, we'll take it. We'll play it by ear. How's that?
Let's do it. Let's see what we got.
It's okay. I'm sharing my screen. Is it showing?
Yeah, I see it. Yours actually came right up. Great job.
This one is I don't know if Dave can recognize it. It's a fan art I did for Jimmy Reyes' book Dragon Rage.
Oh yeah.
And he was kind enough to publish it on the actual book on the fan art section. For this one, I wanted to know if the foreshortening on the figure of Nuri. I think that there are certain things that look kind of off. So I don't know if you could like give me some tips on that.
Okay. Now, I think the foreshortening is working pretty well. I don't actually have an issue with that at all. I kind of feel like her upper arm on the one that's coming toward us is a little bit curved.
Yeah, it looks kind of like a weird bend. I don't know.
Yeah, and that would be a very, very easy thing to fix. I would just lift the bottom and the top up and just straighten it up into the shoulder just a little bit more. I think that would fix that, because it looks a little bit like it's kind of, it doesn't have a bone in there.
Yeah.
So, but a very, very easy thing to fix. And other than that, yeah, I think it looks good in terms of foreshortening. She has a little shadow on her cheek.
Yes.
And it's too high. It's too
the one that's below her eye, you mean?
Yes. Yeah, it's too close to her eye.
Yeah.
That would place her cheekbone very, very high. And so I would really kind of lower that down and maybe just really soften that out.
Yeah, actually, like shadows on faces for me, it's sometimes very difficult, especially on women. And I think I can see what you mean, that it makes her face look kind of weird. That shadow right there.
It's a very, very easy fix, just that one little shadow. Now, I didn't shadow women's faces for years, and I still don't for the most part because of that. It is really hard.
And then if there's nothing else to talk about this, I can show you the next one if you want.
Sure.
Wait, I think it froze.
Oh.
I'm gonna stop sharing and I'm gonna share again. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, just don't delete yours. Let's see. Oh wait, did it pop up to the end?
No, it's showing.
No. Oh wait, there it is. Yep.
This is another fan art I did for a book by one of my friends, Robert Geronimo. He has a book called Blood Realm by Alterna Comics, and this is just a fan art of one of his characters. And I don't know. I want to know, what do you think about this?
Reminds me of Death Dealer. I like that hierarchy thing where the hero is way up above the. Reminds me of Frazetta.
Yep. Yeah, I always love this kind of composition. It's nicely done. I like how you have, it's like a Mike Mignola sort of effect with that smoke really leading down into the picture. I always.
Oh yeah.
I think the textures that you have in his armor are really impressive. Very, very nice.
Yeah, that's actually the design, the original design of the character. It has those like texture on its armor.
Yeah, they look great, and they look like they're rounding nicely, kind of around it. I don't know,
right?
But they have that feeling to me. So I think it really worked.
One of the things I wanted to ask you about some help with, it was the rendering. If you see in like the bodies of these like monsters, you see how in the shadows I try to do some like hatching, but I was never really good at it. And I think if you really focus on the arms, for example, on the muscles of these monsters, the rendering I try to do on the shadows, it doesn't really work. And I want to know if you had any tips for improving that.
Well, first of all, I want to say that you stayed very very light with it. There's really not too much there, so it works actually pretty well. When you're struggling with rendering and there's a lot of it, you can really destroy a picture. It's quick and easy to do that. So I don't think that this doesn't work at all. I think it's actually working. So what I would say in terms of tips, it seems to me like how to angle your rendering so it rounds around forms just fine. I don't think that, I'm not seeing any place where you're contradicting or having any trouble with that. So it's not a knowledge issue in terms of where to put things. If anything, it would be a technique issue. I'm not seeing anything terrible, but what I would say is you have a natural way that your hand moves. You need to pick up your page and turn it so you want to be able to throw the easiest line possible. And if you're turning your page when you're drawing, you can angle it so that you're always along your hand and you're not fighting it. That makes a big difference.
Yeah, actually, that's a very good tip, because I actually never do that. I never turn the page. I like turn my body around the page, but I actually never turn the page. But I think that will really help.
Yes, yeah, that'll make a big difference for sure, definitely. And then another thing you want to do is just do some telephone doodles with. What kind of pen are you using?
For this one, I use like markers. I don't consider myself to be a really good inker, but what I do is always the outer edges I do with a thick marker, and then on the inside I use like a combo for the nosuke for the rendering.
Okay, right. So yeah, it has a thick to thin to it. So what you kind of want to do then is just you just basically draw an oval. It doesn't. Here, I'm gonna show you what I mean. Now, and I've done this in a video actually before, but because it's easier just to do it really quickly and say this is what I mean. But so I've got a circle here. I'm just gonna just finish that in, and it's not well done at all. Like, it's actually really kind of lumpy, and that's because I'm keeping my arm here, and I'm kind of fighting against my arm. if I wanted to really draw this circle well, what I'd want to do is draw just like this and kind of turn it. So I'm better. My hand just naturally flows this way much easier than if I try and pull into my own wrist. And so,
yeah, I totally see what you mean, and I think that's what I've been doing wrong. I think that's what's happening with my inking.
What you should also do then is, so I'm going to render up toward here, and I've got a line actually already. Now I'm just going to take advantage of that. This is where I want my rendering to go. So, and I'm working along my hand, and I struggle until I get comfortable. It can happen. See, now I'm starting to feel comfortable, and it's funny. Even in a bit of a series of rendering, I can start to just get a feel for it, and then I can just throw the rest of them. But a lot of them I kind of have to sculpt when I'm not really feeling it. And practicing doing that kind of thing, and this isn't like the most perfect, but it's the best I could do right now, truthfully. And that's actually me working with my hand the way that I should. Another thing that you can do is start here and try and end here and just try and really quickly push lines and get that kind of control. And you can see my control is not perfect, but it's not terrible. Anyway, so yeah, as much as I'm not thrilled with how this came out, and it's a little, I wish I would have done a better job inking this. These kinds of little exercises will make you a much better inker. And, you can just kind of have fun with it and just doodle by throwing along your hand. And you'll find, for me, I throw this way the most easily, and then I actually pull into my, and I said I can't draw into my wrist. I can't move, but I can pull my hand this way. So if I have a shorter rendering, I can actually do this too and get a decent amount of control. But it's something that I kind of had to figure out just from trying different things. So just try some stuff and see where you have the most control, and then just always angle your page so you're working with your hand. It'll make you a much better renderer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dave. That's something I really need to do because I'm very impatient and I never actually practice with the tools of inking. So I think I should start doing those exercises that you mentioned.
Yeah, it would make
Is it okay if I show you one last one really quick?
Sure.
Okay, let me see if I can. This one is actually part of a 24-hour comic challenge that I did. And it's like a double page spread.
Oh, sorry. Forgot I had a job here. There we go. Pain.
Yeah, for this one, I wanted to know about the cave texture, the texture of the environment, especially the roof. I guess the part on top. I think it looks kind of weird, and I don't know if you had any tips on how could I make the textures better on the background.
I'm
gonna have nightmares after looking at this one.
Yeah. So
I'll take that as a compliment.
I think for me to have done this, what I would do is just use a very thin line, like just use your pencil and draw in like rock shapes kind of coming around it. And then once you have those rock shapes just kind of drawn in, then you can pick out where you want to put shadows, and you're shadowing all along. You've got the light coming from the left, so you're shadowing on the right side of the rocks, and you can start to get something that, has some form and some lighting to it. That's really the way to approach this. Just throwing in lines like that, it's not ever going to read really, like, unless you're really good at doing that. And I've seen artists that can just magically, LIvestream, my old teacher, could do that.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So, there's that, but I couldn't pull it off. In terms of the stalag, whichevers, I can't ever remember which one's which, but you know what I mean? At the top, they're all very much the same size in spacing. And that's the issue with them. I think you really want to, have some larger, some smaller, to more, and, and adjust the spacing a bit more.
Yeah, I think that part especially looks very flat. So No, I wanted to know if you had any tips on that sort of stuff.
Okay, well, the number one tip that I would have with that really is to work in terms of in threes. So, and I can't remember where I heard this, and it's not even that long ago, but I thought it was an incredible piece of advice, and that is, if you want something to look more organic and you're really struggling with it, like it's so easy to, you're drawing clouds and you draw cloud, same spacing, same sizing, and it's a mess. So you draw one big shape, and then you draw one medium shape, and then one small shape. And you just repeat that like a pattern. Not obviously a big shape here, a small, and then smaller here. You go to the next one, a big shape here, or a medium one here, and the small, whatever. But you just do big, medium, small, and then just go across the picture like that. And you'll end up with something that's actually very organic and natural looking, crazily. So I would say that's the way you'd want to do that. Is, think in terms of, for those that you have a big one, a medium one, a small one, move on to, and then move over a little bit, give it a little bit of room, a big one, it make a big difference instead of going like stalactite.
Yeah, that's what I did actually. Yeah. Yeah, it totally makes sense. Thank you very much, Dave, for all the tips, and thank you for doing this to both of you. And yeah, that's all I wanted to show you, I guess.
Yeah, it's looking good, Juan. You got lots of great energy, man, and very good imagination. You can see the imagination pouring through. So, yeah, just keep practicing, and I can't wait to see what you come up with.
Thank you very much, and I'll be on next Monday Night Draw, as always, Dave.
Mm-hmm. All right, great. Good to see you. I'll
Take
see
care,
you
bud.
Monday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Yep, bye. Okay, next we have Yannick. Am I saying it right, Yannick?
Yes, hi.
Hello.
Hey, hello, guys. How are you doing?
Busy working over there, huh?
Yes, sort of. I'm still working.
That's awesome.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. So I guess I just press share.
Yeah, let's see what we get here.
Do I go on video or share screen? Okay.
Should be share screen. It should give you an option of which one.
Yeah, it says, I think, share window or share full screen.
Yeah.
It should come up saying Yannick screen. It usually takes a minute. Some people, it's popped up quickly, and others it took a bit. So.
Okay. Is it working?
Yeah. I'm seeing it. Let me see. Because, yeah, it would come up under your name.
The screen, okay.
Try it again. For some reason, it seems like it's always the second time somebody tries it. I don't know if there's a delay.
Share screen, okay. Okay.
Not seeing it.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay.
There it is.
Okay.
Okay, and now you're sharing the one we're on, so you got to move the artwork over.
Whoops. Okay, so here. Okay, so this is my first page.
You ready?
Yep.
And sharing. Oh, no. Sorry. Well,
it was there we go.
My bad.
So
Nice.
You guys see it?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's a great looking style. I mean, it's very manga influenced, but it's really.
Right, thanks. So so basically I'm really into fights. So I was doing this fight scene, and I just wanted to know if you guys maybe would have a different way of doing the squares, I guess. Panels, sorry.
I think it really works. I think it's like in terms of basically punching, and then the second panel, it looks like he's hitting him with his kind of palm.
Yeah.
And then he's kicking him in the last one. Speed lines really work well.
Oh, okay, cool.
I think there are a couple of places there's some speed lines on the bottom panel by his foot that get a little thick and kind of separated from the ones behind. So, but I mean, whatever. It's
which one? The ones here in the
more to the right. The below the.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Oh, I was trying to do the shadow of the big guy. That's why.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to do the shadow because he's up, so he's getting like lift up because of the kick. So I was trying to do the shadow.
I understand. Okay. Yeah, I don't feel like it's reading like that. I think you'd be better off with the speed lines and the kind of page that you have, just to not have that at all. The way that it's reading anyway. I think you would be stronger without it. But and
right.
his necklace is actually not on in the first panel.
Yeah, I know. I really, I just realized I forgot about that when I was doing it, and I just realized, yeah, it's one of those things, Sometimes you forget.
Oh yeah, believe me, I know. All the time, I send something to a colorist or whoever I'm working with, and then I get it back, and they're like, "Oh, you need to fix."
Okay. At least I'm not by myself. Okay, so I'll go to the second one. So yeah, I did this one because I know that Rob is a big fan of Rayon, and me too. Because when I was younger, there was a TV show about it. So I did this drawing, but like I'm still having some issues with drawing things from the ant eye view and the eagle eye view. So I was trying to do it from the eagle eye view, but like as you can see, his left leg is way bigger. So I don't really know how to fix it because I've tried to look at like videos on YouTube and books, but I'm still having I'm still like having some issues with the way to place like the leg from the eagle's eye view and like how it looks.
Yeah.
Because I know like from the eagle point of view, it's supposed to go from big to small, but like my goal was to try to make his left leg look big because I like muscles, so I was trying to do that, but I think it came out wrong. So like his leg is actually like big, sort of bigger than the rest. So I don't know if you guys have a simpler way to explain how to do the whole eagle's view.
Well, what I would say is, okay, so I'm gonna start with okay, so I've got his pelvis here. And your perspective is kind of like this.
Yeah.
So here's my pelvis. I'm going to draw, this will be where I put my pelvic bones and the outside of my legs kind of attached just to the outside of that. I don't actually ever draw these when I'm just drawing, but just for, the sake of
showing, yeah.
And so I'm going to keep this in perspective here. And you did actually, like that was working.
Yeah, that is a tough pose.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now that I've kind of got that, I'm going to just lighten this down and draw some actual kind of stuff on there. But I feel like the way that you had it, your leg is turned directly facing us. And what you'd want from that angle is you want your knee to be on the leg here, and your other knee would be kind of here. And that's just like a simple diagram for the knee, and then you've got your muscles on top of the leg.
Oh, okay. I see. So like his left leg is supposed to look like downwards, and the way I did it, like his leg was looking at the camera, sort of.
Yeah, it needs to be turned in more.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm too far out that way, so I'm adjusting it.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
And just getting them kind of turned at the right angle. And now my knees are a mess here because I adjusted the leg in, but
yeah, see, and I like how when you do that, the thing that I notice most is that you really take those parts of anatomy and they roll into the next form a lot more. So when you're drawing it straight on, it's like they're stacked, on top of one another. But then when you draw them like an angle like this, they cut right into that next segment of area. So his inside vastus lateralis or whatever, it looks like it's right into the knee. It's like down into the knee area, and that knee area goes down into the calf. It's that overlap that you got to really play around with, and that's where he gets that perspective to look so interesting, so automatic almost.
Okay. I see. Okay, so okay, I kind of get it. Okay, I'll try to do that by myself to practice it. Okay, cool. And I think I might have this one. Yeah, this is the last one. Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to know. I know like her right arm is a bit big, I want to say. Yeah. I think the hand is kind of okay.
That actually looks pretty good for foreshortening.
Perfect. That is not too big at all. I don't think it's
okay.
Yeah, I think you did really well on that.
Yep, all the way around. I like the folds too. Like on the boot. I like.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Like
just stylistically, it really works with the rest of the picture.
Yeah, it's almost got a little bit of a Disney vibe to it.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Because like when I did this, I used to think that her right arm was kind of wrongly placed because of the arm. So
no,
that's
not
good.
at all. And nicely done in terms of just connecting your shapes to get that foreshortening.
Oh, thanks. Do you think that her left leg is too big? Because like this pose in like the Marvel way, I'm still having some issues to draw this pose. Because sometimes I'm thinking maybe the leg that's bending is too long or too short, or not really like into the movement. So like, yeah.
No, not at all. I don't think it's certainly not too big.
Okay.
It could be. I mean, there's always a bit of a range, you get up to a certain size and then it's too big, or you get down to a certain size and then it's too small. It's not like there's such a fine point, but I'd say, it's perfectly fine. I really have no issues with this one at all. I think this whole picture just really works, and it's just appealing. I just like it.
No, okay, cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, great job. Yep, great job, Yannick. Thanks, man.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Yep, take care.
Take care, bye.
Bye. Okay, and Dave, I just want to be Dave.
Oh yeah, I'm gone. Hold on, I'm coming.
Just some legs. Dave's new profile pic, just legs. Okay, and I just want to be courteous of your time. So do we need like a safe word or a signal, like 5 more? I don't know, just want to make sure you're not getting tired.
What are we looking at in terms of how many people we got left?
Well, in the actual lineup, let's see, we've got I was gonna put escort one more person out, but let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, no, that's the same guy. 6, 7 total. But I'm assuming if I was to pull one out, we might see an 8th. I don't know. So
yes,
what do you?
I think if we stop it there, we should be good. That should probably lead us right to midnight, I would figure anyway. So
gotcha. Okay, so we'll do this. So anybody that's not waiting in the backstage area right now, I guess is what you'd call it. We are going to have to cut off and be respectful of David's time. He's been very gracious with the amount of time that he's provided us. So the last person I'm seeing on the lineup right now is, and forgive me if I slaughter this, I slaughter every name, Omer. Give me a thumbs up if that was somewhat right. Okay. So not really. It's like not so much. But I tried. But but as far as like that, I just want anybody to know right now who's listening, if I take somebody out of here and you jump in, I'm going to start ending it. I don't know how to stop people from coming in, and so I don't want to be rude. I'm trying to be upfront about that. Okay. So we're ready for the next one? Dave, you good?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm ready.
All right. Let's bring in the next guest, which is C Twin. Add to stream. And
hello.
Yeah, you have
Hi,
no
sorry,
face.
I don't have a camera, but I'll just share my screen. I mean, I'm already sharing it, I think, but yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, let me pull up your screen. Sorry. Now it shows a bunch of thumbnails. Is that what you want to show?
Oh yeah, that's fine. I'll just
Okay.
pull the first page up. Or
Yeah, I
whatever.
just like to check because you never know what's in somebody's folder. And I go
Yeah,
popping up a screen with a bunch of thumbnails, and next thing you know, my YouTube channel gets deleted.
Yeah, this is all safe for work.
Okay, good deal.
Yeah, I've actually got critiqued by Dave before, but this is the first time on your stream. So yeah, thank you for this. I guess I'll just show the first 2 pages. Or I don't know if I want to go with the splash. Yeah, I'll just show the first page, whatever. So first, the reason there's so much room at the top is for text, and that's all I'll really say about this. So.
That's cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so then I'll just this kind of just set the story, so I'll just go to the next page with the actual panels to get into it.
I was still looking at the first page.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I go back. Yeah, no problem. Sorry. No one was talking, so I was like, okay, I'll just.
You said you'd already shown me your stuff to me. Now I hadn't seen this, so I was waiting for Robert to say something because.
Okay, yeah.
I'm typing. I'm sorry, I can't type and critique at the same time.
All right, I'll talk. Yeah, no, I think compositionally it's 100% solid. And you said you left room in the top for dialogue. I think it doesn't need dialogue for that page to work anyway. Okay. It looks very good. It's just, and again, this just has a cool feel to it. It has a style to it that I think is the kind of style that a lot of more indie type writers are looking for, which is
that's me. So do you move on?
Yep.
And yeah, I'm mostly just looking for storytelling and stuff. Well, obviously anatomy and everything, but yeah. Just seeing if anything doesn't read right to you. I could zoom in a bit.
So she's got a car that comes up past, and then is the car
coming back in the last panel.
Right.
He drove past. Yeah, I think it needed to make more apparent that it's going faster. I tried to blur it out a little bit in the second panel to make it look like he's speeding past.
I'm thinking to myself, how would I pull that off?
Yeah, and then in the third panel he's past her, and then in the fourth panel he's backing up. I even tried to make his head turn sideways to show that he's backing up, but it was tough to do.
I can see that, and actually I did see that. At just before you said that, it's not 100%. Well, it's so hard. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking, would a different angle make that more clear? I don't know. There are some things that with comic book storytelling or just visual storytelling, panel to panel,
yeah,
very difficult to get across.
And I thought that if I see how I made her stand still in the last panel, that it would show that she's just waiting for him to back up, kind of. I mean, I tried every little trick I know to make it look like he's coming back. I even added the reverse light and everything to try it, but
yeah. I mean, the truth is, at a glance, I think it works fine. It's fine anyway. It's a nice looking page, but it doesn't really just immediately read. All the tricks that you're putting in there certainly help, the reverse light, and he's turned his head, but yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, maybe I need to add more to the second panel to show how much faster he's going. You know what I mean? Speeding by, and then because the car is so much more static in the fourth panel, it'll look more like it's going slow backwards or something. I don't know.
I'm thinking, okay, so maybe if you drew the car going past, and then at a pretty good speed, and then you had a panel where you see from her point of view, you see the car stop and the brake lights go on brightly. And then you see the car, backing up to her. So maybe reverse the shot. So I don't know. I'm really thinking how would that work? It's a tough solution. I think
maybe add a panel, right? Squish it all up.
If you added a panel, I think you could make it work. And it's not immediately coming to me. I mean, this is a tough one, but I think adding a panel would work. with the static kind of a shot that you have there, like it's, you know, the 3 panels, it works fine, but it could be stronger. I wish I could just say how. This is so not my strong suit. I'm not a great storyteller. I'm a competent storyteller, you know. It's not really what I do.
You're great. That's yeah, like I'm trying to get the advice. Yeah. But yeah, I think you're right though. Maybe I think adding a panel will make it the clearest. Maybe show like 2 panels where he's back and like maybe he's half into the frame in the first one, then he's a little bit further back in the next one.
Oh, you know, or okay, so I have an idea, right? So you show in the center where, you know, you just see the figure, you see the car, you see her in the foreground from behind her, and then you see the car going away, and then you show that same panel, the car's a little bit further, and then you put on the brake lights really bright, so like they're very dim and then really bright, so you see the car stopped, and then when you see the car beside her in that bottom panel, then it looks like he backed up.
Okay, yeah.
I think that would work. What do you think, Rob?
I was going to say that, or show like a shot of his foot slamming on the brake. Would that take you out of this type of layout?
No, I wouldn't object to that. Like in between the.
Maybe that would be hard to understand, or you know, one of the panel where he's like looking back and doing this. You know, when you're in a truck, you put your arm on the look over the shoulder.
That's what I kind of do in the last panel, right? But yeah, it doesn't really read that well.
Right.
Yeah, maybe a shot
or a little bit of water kicking up off the tire going the other way more, but I guess that would look like he was driving back kind of fast and might look more aggressive. You know, you don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, you guys give me some really good things to work with on this page, so I'll just show you the next one. Then no, thanks. This one's sick. Okay, then I'll just go in sequence. Yeah. So he just pulled up, and now they're talking.
I'll tell you what, I love the cold, snowy night thing you got going on. Like, you nailed that.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just got a really pretty color to it. You know?
Yeah, that's cool.
And yeah, all the way around, I think this page just really works. I would say this is my favorite of the 3, and I really like the first one. Her face is great. His face is great. I like how you've got it kind of shadowed there. You know, and in the first panel too, you only see the outline. The next one, you see the shadow from the door, which really works. And the last panel, the bottom panel, she's still standing outside the car. Is that right?
Yeah. See, to fix that, like I don't have the dialogue in. There's going to be a balloon pointed right at her head, so it's kind of like you'll kind of know that she's out there. But maybe I could give her a highlight or something. I was thinking.
Well, you've got the light car behind her dark figure, but the top of her head, she's so close to that window that she kind of reads like part of the car. So it looks like just the car sitting there. If you were to separate it out just a little bit, so she's kind of her own shape. So it's not just now, not all the way away from the car, but just so the top of her kind of sticks out. So it's not just melting in with that window. Then it wouldn't because I had to look at that a little bit more closely to tell if she had gotten into the car. So I guess minor thing, but really minor.
Yeah, and because that'll be good. She'll be a little bit more silhouetted against like the light blue background. Yeah, I see what you're saying for sure.
And you did the colors?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, nice.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Really like it, like the yellow that you used inside the car there. It's
good choice.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Oh yeah, the framing, I was kind of like going for the framings with all these like the windows and stuff to frame the heads, and I thought that kind of worked cool.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah,
absolutely, it really does.
Well, we're kind of going through these quickly. I guess I could show you one more.
Okay.
And so yeah, she's gotten in now, and they're still talking. Then this panel, the fourth one, I kind of had troubles with. That's actually, I'm glad I showed you this page. So you just maybe tell me if you think you can understand what's happening.
Okay, yeah, no, I have to admit it is a little difficult. So they are sitting side by side. He's still fairly shadowed out. Now that's him reaching for something. He's reaching, like I can see it's in his lap. Oh, it's a taser, right?
Yeah.
So he's pulling out a taser. The shadow across his hand, across his thumb, I don't understand
Where it's coming
why.
from. Okay, yeah, for sure. I
And
just
it,
wanted to black it out against the jacket so it popped out more a little bit, I guess.
well, it's much brighter than the jacket. Like that hand pops out from the green of the jacket anyway. And the way it is, it really it meshes in with the taser so much. I would say, okay, you really take that shadow away. That would definitely help.
Okay.
And maybe pull the taser out just a little bit more so you can really get a sense of what it is in that panel. Because as it is, it's really difficult for me to see what's going on.
I kind of didn't want people to really get what it is yet until it starts zapping, like in the next panel. So that's kind of intentional, like to be like he's pulling something out. You know what I mean? I just wanted to make sure it was like readable as like a hand pulling something out of his under his coat kind of thing.
You probably want to put it in the other hand though. You know what I mean? Did you want the taser in the middle of the shot like that?
In the where it's coming out of the coat?
Yeah, because if you're going to tase somebody, you're going to use the opposite hand so they can't grab your arm.
Oh.
I mean, I've only been in that situation 2 or 3 times max, but I'm just saying, like, you don't want to do it on their side. They're going to grab your arm, and then he might tase you, you know, it could backfire.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But you can see there that that arm actually looks fairly crimped in that shot. Like you're having trouble kind of getting it in there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like maybe if it was on the other side, it would look more natural. But I thought it was her at first. I thought she was gonna tase him. Like, what did he do? He just gave her a ride.
If you did put it on the other side, or if you moved it over to where the shadow is on the other side of his figure, you could put the electricity against that black background and give it a little glow, and it would really show up.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
That would look cool.
I would say her eyes are a little too close together in the third panel. Fourth panel.
Damn it.
And you got a very thick line on the side of her nose that's lit, and that's something that if you want to put a line there, I would say just make it much thinner, because to me it starts to look like it's very, very easy to kind of break the illusion a little bit and make it look like a bit of a kid's drawing. And I don't want to say it that way because there's nothing like that. And the art it's really very nice, but that one little thing, it's always such a pet peeve of mine. Having a shadow on one side of the nose, and then on the side where the light is, a really thick line like that. It really.
Okay, I see. Just 1 sec. So this line right here, like
right now.
Okay, and actually, no, I was talking about the panel above it.
Oh.
Because that one actually, I think, worked pretty well. Because there's some shadow that pulls up in there. I think it was the panel above.
Oh, this one right here.
Yes, and you see how on his nose he's got. He doesn't really have a line defined on that side of the nose. It's very, very light.
Oh, this line. Okay, yeah, like take that down a lot.
Line.
Like this line here.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Awesome.
And so I would say the last panel, with her eyes, she's kind of looking. To me, it looks like she's looking away from, like she's not looking at a taser or him. She's looking at something that would be to her right.
Right. Oh yeah, yeah. I see what you're saying.
So
the eyeball, like the actual balls, over to the right, this way.
Well, yeah. Well, there. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, because I kind of like just had her like she just had pulled or recoiled, I guess. But yeah, I guess I didn't really like think about that, the direction her eyeball should look in. I just kind of drew dramatic eyes. Like,
yeah, and that part does read. You got a good sense of fear in the eyes with the white above the iris.
Yes,
but that's what Dave's here for, to pick it apart and show you the things that you see by drawing lots and lots of comic pages.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, all right. So it's looking good, man. We're gonna shuffle on to the next one. Thank you very much for showing your work.
Yeah, good to see you again.
You guys.
Yep. Take care, bud. All right, and next is Neil.
Oh, hi guys.
Hi Neil.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Wow, I can't believe that. I was just like, oh, I'm gonna look away for a second. Now I'm back on here.
Right.
Oh, cool.
You were taking a nap. You were snoozing. We saw you.
Oh my! I mean, I was up all night last night working on a commission, and then at like 5 a.m. I was like, "Oh my god, the portfolio review is tonight." And I've just been thinking all day. My girlfriend's just been yelling at me like, "Oh, you have to show this piece, and this piece." So, I finally think I've narrowed it down to ones that'll make her probably more happy than me. But
all right, gotta both be happy. Let's see what you got.
All right. Well, I'm gonna start with this one. So I'm doing the screen share.
Okay.
Open up a window. So, can you guys see this one?
There it is. Add to stream.
All right. Cool. Yeah. So this was a concept piece I submitted probably a month ago to Universal. They were doing this out of the shadows art contest. I think Robert Kirkman was one of the main judges on it, and yeah, it didn't make the cut, but pretty much I think I watched both of your guys' tutorials like maybe 100 times while working on it. I look at it now and I probably see there's some issues with the arm and the bottom left, but overall, yeah, there's definitely a lot of inspiration from David's stream in this one.
It's a really strong piece.
It really is creeping me out, but
yeah, it's very creepy. That's what you wanted, so
what you want.
Yeah, it was. They were looking for like their new set of Universal monsters. So I was trying to go with sort of like a Lovecraft factory farming vibe on it. So
yeah, it's cool.
And compositionally, I think it's really strong. And compositionally, in terms of lighting too, it's very, very strong. It really works. That is definitely a very creepy looking dude. I have to think that if you didn't make the cut, you had to have been in the running. That's for sure. I mean, pretty cool.
That would have been nice.
And no tangents anywhere that I can see. I agree that arm, it doesn't look as good as it could.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was trying to capture a little bit of that flare effect as best I could. Looking at movie references, because I realized I've never actually seen a flare in real life outside of maybe like the airport. So I was like, where else can I kind of capture that type of lighting? So, and also because, I'm pretty sure you said this, David, but I only am including the black and white versions of the pieces I'm showing tonight, because I'm pretty sure you said this in the stream that, it's always best to, have a black and white piece before you color it, or it just if you have a strong inked piece, then it's stronger overall once it's colored. And yeah, beginning of the pandemic, it's kind of funny. I didn't even know you guys had any sort of relation to each other. I just kind of randomly came across you on YouTube, both of you, and yeah, I pretty much had given up on trying to do anything in comics in my early 20s, and then once the pandemic kicked in, pretty much have been drawing every day and trying to make it a career now.
Good deal, man. Good luck on that. You can do it.
And yeah. Robert, I just also want to say that your Procreate brush set is like, it's the only thing I use every single day.
Yeah, thanks, man. I got to make some new ones for that set real soon. I keep kicking myself saying, man, I got some ideas that I want to put out there for them, so I got to do them. So there'll be some free updates to that set. So
nice.
It's a free set anyways, but
do you prefer Clip Studio over Procreate, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, I mean, there's pros and cons to each. Procreate, I love the ability to sit on the couch and ink or draw or do whatever, color. I actually like coloring in Procreate more than any other software now. So there's that portability aspect where I feel like I get more in the zone because I can sit there and get real comfy on some different part of the house. Sometimes being in a studio all the time drives me nuts. But the other end of it is that Clip Studio has so many tools to do every aspect that you really start to realize that when you get into intense scene creation or multiple panels where you have different perspectives going on. Procreate, you can use one series of rulers. Clip Studio, you can have as many as you need. A ruler for every panel, so things like that start to really weigh in.
Right.
There's also some limits with the resolution restriction on a device like an iPad, where if you got a pretty strong computer, the sky's the limit in Clip Studio for what you can do with layers and different things like that. So
yeah,
things like that. But at the end of the day, it's the artist, not the tools. Like, you'll make whatever one work to your benefit if you're open-minded enough and work hard at it long enough. So
awesome. I appreciate the advice.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, I guess I'll move on to my next one. So this is a sequential from original concept that I was working on. It's one of the stronger pages, and yeah, I think this one is the second page sharing right now.
Unless it's a different screen, no, because I've still got your one screen up. All you should have to do is move that art into the same window.
Sorry, it's always. I really wish I had a second monitor. Sorry.
No, like I said, if you bring it into this window that you're sharing, it should pop right up. But if not, one of the people had disabled the share window and then re-enabled it.
Okay.
I
looked up a forum about this before I came on. It's a second. Let me see. 1 second.
Let me do this. Let me jump back to just our pictures here, and then you try to share it again. See if that does it.
Okay. Stop sharing. Yeah, I think this is probably the strongest one. And can we see that one at all?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, out of all the ones from the pages that I worked on, I guess I wanted to share this one with you guys because also one of my favorite artists of all time, because of David, because I'd never heard of Bernie Wrightson before you mentioned him, and I became obsessed with reading his Creepy series, all the classic like EC comics ones, and so yeah, when I was working, kind of my goal in the beginning, when I got laid off my job a year ago, was it's like, okay, I've always wanted to write a comic, so I'm just gonna do my best to try and write one. So I tried doing a page a day for 2 months, and Bernie Wrightson was definitely an inspiration. And if you kind of look at his older issues, you can see a little bit of the line work and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely, for sure. Looking at the top right, those two figures kind of reminded me of Bernie Wrightson a little bit. I think the storytelling with that, I like the bell with the door. It's a nice shot, especially the way that you angled it, so it's not just straight up and down, which would have been much more static. Next panel works really well. The door open. And I really like the third panel with the rat in the bottom. They're both, it really, I think it works. It looks really good. I like how that you did the fur too. The next panel, I hate because, man, that rat is freaking me out. I mean, it's a great panel. It's really well done. I don't 100%, I'm going to be honest, the floorboards, I don't completely love the way that you did the rendering on there. I think it could be a little stronger, but and also I don't like how the shadow on the rat is like a faded kind of line. It's something like you've got off of the feet, you've got some pretty long lines coming out from the feet, and pushing way out. So you would have to, in order to have that, you'd have to have the light all the way on the ground beside the rat, and so it's like a direct hard light from the side. And then if that were the case, the top of the rat would be those lines, like that shadow would shoot all the way to the wall in order for it to work properly. Like all the way around that the shadowing, like you've got a shadow from the tail, it looks like, and
Yeah.
it's very strangely laid out on the ground. Now I know shadowing on the ground behind something and doing it accurately is really not the easiest thing in the whole world to do.
Mhm.
But to me, it looks like you have a light source that's kind of 3/4, like it's a standard sort of a artistic lighting. What you can do is you want to think in terms of a universal light. So don't think in terms of a pinpoint light, if you know what I mean. That makes sense?
Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. And
So then what you can do is you have an angle for your light, and you can just draw a rule line all the way through. This is the angle of your lighting, and it makes it really easy for you to just draw a line from the top of the head down to the ground. That's where your shadow would hit.
yeah,
A line from the foot to the ground, and you would have a tiny little shadow in comparison. And from the tail, like you could get something that is much more accurate. And definitely, I generally, and I know that shadows over a great enough distance, or it just in general will fade as they go further away. But for me, cast shadows in illustration, I always like to keep them as hard shadows when I put them down. So yeah, it's a matter of really long shadows on something that would cast very little shadow on the ground compared to essentially the same size shadow on something that would cast a much larger shadow. It's distracting for sure, that shadow.
Yeah, I think, I mean, this was probably almost a year ago when I did this page, and I think I thought I was like being like weird and clever with like some sort of like esoteric shadow design thing or whatever, but no, I totally get it. And these are definitely like, oh, these have not aged as well as I thought, these pages, but I'm so happy that I get to show some sequential work that have you guys review. Like, it's pretty awesome.
And hey, it's great if you are feeling like they're not aging well. That is a great thing, because it means you're growing quickly. That's what you want. And I think there's a lot of really good stuff going on with these. The second last panel, I think it looks great. The last panel, truthfully, I can't tell what it is.
Oh, I had like it's a hand, just kind of like saying like, oh, come along. Sorry.
But he's got his pinky out, right?
Yeah. It's like one of those.
Okay.
I forget what I think I was looking at, either like an old Tales from the Crypt comic or something like that. And I was just like, oh, I kind of like want a weird hand panel like that. And I tried recreating that as best I could.
But the thing is, the thing I got to commend is that you are knocking out pages, which is a big thing. Like pencil, ink, wording, you're putting full pages together, doing storytelling, which is huge. A lot of commitment there, and it does have that creepy, eerie vibe. So
yeah,
you are hitting some things on the mark, right? Like Dave said, it's just we got to try to show you some ways you could be better. But I'll tell you what, man, a lot of people, what do? They don't get through even page work because they find reasons to do something else and get distracted. You are completing pages, so high five to you on that.
Thanks, Robert. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
And if we just have time, we don't even need to critique it, but just because these were also directly inspired by both of your tutorial videos. Let's see if I can open
it. Just real quick, because we got to get through these other guys, and people are trying to join in. And forgive me, anybody that's listening that's in the backstage area. The last person is I gotta slaughter your name again, Omer. I'm sorry. Omer. It's probably Omer. I don't know. So, but he's the last one. Like I called out earlier, I just want to let people know so they understand.
All right. Well, in the last coming weeks, who was rooting for who, Godzilla or Kong, by any chance?
Godzilla. But after watching, I kind of started feeling more empathetic for Kong. But I'm a Godzilla fan.
Yeah, I like Kong. Dying to see that movie, and I've been so busy I haven't had a chance. I think you can get it at home, right? Can you just rent that thing?
HBO Max.
Yeah, HBO Max.
I need to.
I've got. Oh wait, how did that go? I have. Sorry, I promise if I ever get to do one of these again, I will streamline this. Well, let's see.
There we go. Okay,
Is
real
it coming
quick
up?
here. Yep.
Yeah, so I have a Mecha Kong right here. This was a Mecha Kong concept that I was doing for this monthly drawing challenge. David, I probably watched your armor tutorial as many times as possible. So yeah, that was really fun to work on. And then the other one, real quick, was just like a 1998, the New York Matthew Broderick Godzilla. But we can skip that. I really appreciate all the feedback and help. This has really been an honor. Like, thank you so much for everything that you guys do.
Yep. Thank you for watching and supporting our channel. So keep up the nice work.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Yep. Take care, man. Bye. Okay. So next we've got Anthony Gee. Oh, still got his artwork up. Hold on. Sorry.
Anthony, how's it going?
Nice work,
Hey, Dave. How
Anthony.
you doing? Rob, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Oh, I
I was staring at that. It's like, oh, I'm gonna have to. Sorry,
whoa,
one second.
Whoa.
So I'm staring at it, thinking, oh, I'm gonna have to follow that. I just know.
It was good stuff.
Yeah.
It happens.
Anyway, I wish I had some sequential work to show you guys, but I actually started streaming myself, and sitting there drawing sequentials doesn't really draw the viewers in. So I just got some standard stuff for you.
Let's see what you got.
All right. Share screen.
I should have brought snacks.
I was just thinking, when this is done, I'm going upstairs. I'm going to tiptoe because Meredith, she'll hear me. I'm going to find what I don't know. There's something up there.
There's something up there, you know. Raid the fridge.
Yep.
All right.
Is it up? Oh, right there. Add to stream. Sorry, I'm zoning out thinking of Cheez-Its or Doritos. Oh. Yeah,
all right. So
this is
I want
like
to start.
we're finishing the
Sorry,
night. Creepy stuff.
See, this is what gets my audience going, is like horror movies and creatures and stuff like that. So that's kind of what I tend to lean more towards. But this is actually for an art prompt, and I did draw it on my stream. But I don't know if you recognize it. It's from The Fly.
Oh yeah,
Jeff
Oh
Goldblum.
yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, love that movie.
But anyway, yeah, this. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Yeah, I just wanted
so cute.
I just wanted to kind of get your opinion on, well, everything, I guess, just overall form. And I mean, I know it's not your standard superhero pose.
That's
but,
definitely a factor. It's different enough that it's not like I could say, oh, this muscle or it's
yeah. I mean, I kind of based it off a general human form. I mean, obviously, but I had to twist it around, make it really weird. But I mean, I guess. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, I would say, okay, I want to say I really like it. At the same time, I'm going, oh man, I really like it. I think it's really nicely done. There's some really great textures. I love in your intersections in the foreground arm, the way that you've got those kind of those folds, because it's like a exoskeleton kind of. Anyway, it looks really great and really ghastly. It's nicely done. I'm going to say, based on the lighting, he should definitely have a shadow under his head. And the fact that he's light there, it actually throws the picture a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when I was drawing it, that weighed really heavily on me. But with all this fine detail here, I was really worried about losing all that in the shadow.
Now,
I definitely know what you mean.
If you went totally dark with that shadow, now you have just a black shape. All that detail, you could just do light on top of the black shape. You would not lose it. So, but no, I totally understand where you're coming from, not wanting to just, drop something dark and lose everything, all the little hair and, but I think it needed it based on the lighting. And I do always say, you want to be as consistent with your lighting as possible, but then don't put lighting in or cast shadows if it's gonna create problems for you that are, you want to, like, I'll draw an arm up in the air and I can draw a big cast shadow, but if it's gonna cover up so much of the chest of a figure and I won't see their symbol, then I'll kind of cheat it. I won't draw it.
Yeah.
But there it's kind of really reading for me like it needed to be there.
Okay.
Maybe under that arm a little bit too, because the arm is projecting out from the body. So as it goes further out, it would get a little wider and I think a little shadow cutting through there. And that wouldn't really affect anything badly. I think a shadow there would have worked.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, and plus with all that detail of the mouth, couldn't you'd black out the shadow and come back with your white out and do your tiny little details, right?
Yeah, I definitely could have done that.
Because I could see how you'd want to salvage all those little tentacle wiry things going on there. But yeah, your white out would be perfect for that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, so this was actually for another art prompt, but I got to exercise my comic skills on this one. So
cool looking.
Anyways, I'm a little rusty on my comic superhero figures, but just wanted to kind of get your thoughts on this one. This was actually drawn traditionally, but then I inked it digitally. And I'm a little shaky on inking digitally right now, but I actually did use your Photoshop brush on this, Rob.
Oh, cool! Thanks.
Anyway.
Yeah, it looks good. The electricity looks really great.
Thank you. Yeah, that was, especially to ink it, that was a pain. But I actually did get a lot of actually pulled up a few pictures of just various speedsters that you've drawn, Dave, and kind of used your lightning as inspiration. So that's a
great job with it.
Thank you.
That was cool.
It's a nice looking picture. I think the lighting really works. And the rendering, it looks good,
Yeah.
Like I could say there's a couple places where like it gets pretty large in the bicep, and then very small in the deltoid in comparison.
Right arm here.
Both of them.
Oh, you can't see my mouse.
But I'd say both arms. That happens. So there are a few things like that, but and if you go much larger with like you want your rendering to be in proportion to your figure. So going really big like that is fine. Okay, so I like larger kind of spaced out rendering at times on a figure because it just kind of breaks things up. But when I do that, I always make sure to go very thin with it and not make it overpowering, because if I do bigger rendering that's spaced out further and go really thick with it, it blows my sizing. And I feel like you kind of got that there a little bit just in those two spots.
Yeah, I actually don't want to abuse my time here, but this was the midway through the pencils.
Yeah.
So that was my original rendering. I don't have it quite on the arms yet, but that's originally what it looked like. So yeah, I see what you mean, that I kind of went a little heavy with the ink.
It's easy for that to happen. All in all, though, I mean, from the pencils, for the most part, it actually came through really nicely.
Yeah, you made a good transition to the inks, I think.
Yep.
Thank you.
Like the forearms, I think, really much nicer than they were in the pencils, and getting that kind of stuff to work, it's not so easy. So
thank you.
But I'll tell you what, that's a perfect shot where you could take a selfie, because I mean, you get the pose just right in the camera. Can't seem to do. Oh, the camera's over here. Yeah, and you got to move back so you don't get the extreme foreshortening. But you should be able to reference that pretty darn good. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, hands, I think, for a lot of artists are just kind of my kryptonite. So I took I saw you doing this in the camera.
Yeah, no, I'm like going like this, because like if you move your hand down, you start to get it more of this, you got to look at the relationship of what happens to the wrist back here. So then if you bring it down like this, notice that to see this, my hand's got to distort downward. So that's what I was looking at. And also you got to remember these connection points are kind of your salvage areas. So if you get a good pose of something, you know, you got a cutoff here. See how my forearm comes up and it can't see it, right? There's a cutoff. So those and you know, obviously you see it in comic illustration all the time. So what I'm saying is sometimes you could take just a good hand pose and you can kind of work it in there. But when you see the connection point of the wrist, that's where I think reference kind of helps you. And, you know, I would just, that's one of the shots where I would reference it.
Okay. Yeah, and
you know,
that right hand there, the one that's kind of more what you're talking about, that was something I took several pictures of, and I just like, I don't know, my brain couldn't translate what I was seeing in the picture to the drawing.
And that's where I always say you got to really simplify it. Like, it's not like you look at a picture of yourself, you go, you got to watch yourself and not go, oh, I'm trying to draw a figure drawing of it, or I'm trying to capture the realism. I'm never saying do that. I mean, you could do that for practice, but what I'm saying is if you look at it, but then you see your style and you're, you know, through it and over it, which means generally like a simplified or stylistic version of it. The reason why I think that's a good idea is because then you never, if you really get into a tough area, you can always set up your tripod and your camera pretty fast and boom, you know, get the shot you need. But, you know, it's not for everybody. You know, like Dave talks a lot about drawing more from comics, and I see that, you know, it's like there's certain shots where it's like, boom, that's a great shot. I got to sit down and draw that, catalog it in my mind. But I can never reference them that fast usually. I think Dave just has a lot better collection of comics than I do.
Well, I'm going through my stuff right now. I'm trying to find a. Hold on.
You're gonna find this pose, aren't you?
Not the. Oh, here it is. Okay, I don't have anything organized very well, so this is trying to find. I think
Dave was really good at Pictionary as a child.
Here we go. Okay, hold on. Come on, open.
Are you sharing a screen?
Not yet. Okay, here I'm gonna share it. Share screen. Select window or screen. Pans. See if that will work. Nope. Entire screen. Okay, fine. Allow. Come on.
There it is. Okay, now that's the stream window.
Right, I had gotta find it again here. There. Can you see that?
Oh yeah.
So I don't know what this is from really, but I think I just found this on Pinterest. I've actually got a bunch of them. Let's see what this is. Yeah, some, you know, kind of heavier hands. Now, these are very, very cartoony, really short fingers, but they're great poses. Like this one right here. I mean, here, I'm going to zoom in because I don't know how well you can even see any of these, but
it's
look at that hand right there.
Oh, yeah.
It's really nicely done. And there's another one in here. Let's see if I can find this thing. This is really great.
Yeah, that is cool.
And I'm sure you can kind of recognize like you've seen Disney movies with these hands, you know?
Yeah.
And I think this is it. This is one of those are some outrageously good hands. And it's Milt Call, I guess, is the artist.
Oh yeah, I see it up there. Milt Call Rune Hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, those are awesome. Super gestural, super expressive. That's what you want. That's what you want.
I've drawn this entire sheet of hands a few times, and it made a big difference for me. There were poses in types of like ways that I could never make work. And I could look at my own hand all day long, but it's difficult to really translate that. So working with kinds of things, it makes a big difference. And then when you look at your hand, you want that kind of built-in vocabulary to be able to translate well. And this is why looking at other artists, I think, is very useful.
Right.
Something I did pick up was Hogarth's dynamic hands, or not? Yeah, dynamic hands.
Yep. Yeah, I got that one too.
Pretty helpful.
Yeah, he draws some really intense hands. You know, like he gets into the anatomy really. You know, those will take you a while to draw. But what I like what Dave just shared is kind of the same idea of like that gestural aspect. You got to get used to looking through all the heavy detail and capture that gesture. That's why Disney's always going to be a great reference because they do that so well. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did you have another one or no?
Not so much a critique. I just wanted to get your opinion on something. So this is a sequential that I started working on. I didn't really have any original ideas, so I just grabbed a scene out of Beetlejuice to start drawing.
Oh, nice.
And it's a scene where Lydia is first like invoking him to help save Alec Baldwin and Gina Davis.
Yeah.
But so what's driving me nuts is this here, all the lines here in the second frame or a panel. Now that's supposed to be like an egg carton texture, and I cannot for the life of me figure out a good way to render that. Do you guys have any ideas?
What was it again? An egg crate?
Like, yeah, like an egg carton, like with the ridges and stuff, kind of like almost like insulation or like soundproofing foam.
Gotcha.
I cannot figure out a good way to make it look right. I'm about to just erase it all and just make it look flat, but I hate to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to see what it looked like in the original, because truthfully, when I think of an egg carton, I'm thinking of this cardboard thing that we have now. You know, so I don't know. I'd have to really.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to take up a lot of time with it. I just wanted to pick your brain, see if you had any ideas. But
I'm sorry, I will say this, totally not related. So I'm sorry for this again, but that tree is perfectly lining up in a tangent with the head in the foreground.
Sorry.
You've got a curved branch on the tree. Second panel, and it's touching exactly onto the forehead.
Oh.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely.
Okay.
That.
Okay, yeah. I see what you mean.
Yeah, it takes away from any depth you have there.
Yeah.
I will address that.
All right. Well, thanks, Anthony. Keep up the nice work and appreciate you being on the stream.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yep, take care, bud.
Bye.
Okay, so now just a couple more, Dave.
All right.
I want to make sure we're going to go ahead and skip Mike and go to the next one. He's laughing. Just kidding, Mike. How's it going?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, it's nice to finally see y'all again, because since the last time we did a review, I have basically, everyone went radio silent, and I've basically been told David Finch is my direct competition.
Nice.
So I'm going to explain what I've been going through. David knows kind of what I've been trying to figure out. I'm going to share screen here. Very nice to meet y'all again. Y'all gave me some great advice. I've been doing my own comic. Pretty honestly, I do a page almost every day. I basically don't stop. Application window. No, we're going to go to share your entire screen, then share.
Okay.
All right, so I've got a couple of pages from my comic, and I'm going
Okay, now you gotta bring the artwork over to that screen right now. There we go, right there.
All right. So this is from my comic, and I was initially told, I've done several comics. This is from my comic, The Raccoon. I have it on Webtoons. I post it. I update every week. And these are, as you can probably see, two characters, the raccoon and his sidekick Tracy, walking into a room. They're two homeless teenagers, and they're kind of dilapidated kind of little headquarters, and they're kind of discussing the events of it. And the other character I have, she's just realizing, holy crap, we almost just died. And so this is the first page. I'm sorry, one of the pages, because it's a whole like 13-page sequence. So I picked out two of the what I feel the strongest.
Yeah. No, I like the storytelling in that. It's cool.
And if you need me to zoom in on any, just let me know.
No,
and,
actually, that's
yeah,
the great thing about
really,
this.
Right.
You don't have to zoom in. No, I'd love to have you zoom in because it's great looking stuff, and I'd like to see more. But you don't have to zoom in on this at all.
Right.
It perfectly.
And
super
added just everything right away, which is, I love that second panel. Look at that face.
Mm-hmm.
And not only, I love the face, I love the hand, but just the overall panel all the way around compositionally and the whole angle. Really, it's really,
really. There's because he's kind of unaware he's wrong, because he's kind of a happy, kind of like the Tick, and very So I was told I had to be more unique in my style. So I was like, okay, let me get guys I like. And I went for a more Mignola and J. Scott Campbell inspired work. So that's kind of where you're getting this. I've been studying him, specifically Mignola's Dracula. I redrew half of the book on my own time, just to kind of learn his composition. And that leads to another page, not next to next, but this is another page in the sequence where they discuss it. Now, I'm not sure if you remember your stream. I was asking about the 180 rule and when to break it. And I loved, you were basically like, I was like, when do you break? You broke it a few times. You're like, no, I don't. So this is me continuing that 180 rule. I actually drew a diagram to make sure I had the placement of the characters in this sequence. So there's another page from it. And let me know if you need me to zoom in on any part of it or.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, good. Just anyway.
Go in on there. And if it helps, I've been using Procreate. And he kind of, I hoped it shows that he turns around because I had him kind of, there's kind of a shot of their kind of dilapidated little headquarters. And those are the main two, with just this last quick one, just a shot at this is the final page, them kind of, accepting their fate. They'll be these kind of heroes.
Yeah, these are great, man.
So what I've been running into, initially they told me, and I'll go to this, I'll leave it here because I want one more thing to show you as an example, so you don't have to critique it. They were like, I have a more David Finch inspired style, Doug Mankey, and they were like, well, we don't want this style because, and I've been told this literally multiple times, why would I hire you when I can hire David Finch? Why would I hire you when I can literally go hire a professional who has a similar style? So I tried to make my own style, to which then I now ran into the problem that with this style, I've been told, well, it's good, but, and you probably remember this question on your live stream, the bigger companies want a more format style. They want something closer to David Finch and the more Gary Frank style artists. So I don't know what to do because, as an example, and this is the one you don't have to critique on, this is like one of my real style is a little bit more heavily rendered, like a harder edge, more. So I can do this, but they told me correctly.
If you don't
yes, sir.
go in the style of those pages that you were just showing, you are out of your mind.
Well, that's what, like I said, the ones these I did straight up, and again, everyone's radio silent. So I only got Palmiotti and an editor, and the one editor was like, we don't do this kind of work. Palmiotti was like, this is good work, but companies don't want this. They want a more format style company. Most companies format style.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about it because it is true. The kind of work that you're doing here, most books are like most superhero books. Certainly, it's not the look that they're looking for. But I think the stuff is so incredibly strong. I love this stuff. I mean, I think it's really great. And
thank you. It means a lot to hear that. And another problem I ran into was, so then I was like,
it is going to want to look. I think that there is a home for this kind of work.
Definitely,
you do very well with it. I think it's ready. I really like it.
Yeah, you might not be a pro, wanting to look at the superhero companies and the Marvels and DCs and the lookalikes or whatever. But what you need to do is you need to just find a company that openly tries different styles or has a similar style, or a cleaner series of characters, more animated, whatever. I would think definitely they would want to approach you and work with you. It sounds like you're just trying to pitch it to the wrong people.
So goes to what, for instance, last time. Since last time, I sent out this idea that McFarlane said he sent out over 700 emails. So I'm like, me sending out only 100 is nothing. So Meredith recommended I go through previews, email every single company, to which I did. I sent over 240 emails, and most of them do not reply back. The only one of the 240 to reply back, he told me, this is cool, but he asked me what country am I in? And I said, I'm in America. He says, there is no reason for me to hire you right now because you're probably going to want a minimum wage on it, but I can right now get a Brazilian artist for half that cost. Because this page right here, I was like, well, this I could do maybe for the whole this breakdown, this page you're looking at, $100, right? And he said, nope, for 30, I can get a Brazilian artist to do exactly what you've done here. And then he didn't respond after that.
I wouldn't even entertain people that talk like that. You know, there's always somebody that can do it cheaper. That's just life, you know. But a lot of times these people are bargaining and talking out of the side of their mouth. And the thing is that, you know, if you're competent and good at what you're at, you know what you can do this in a reasonable amount of time. You can produce a story that's worth a lot more than 100 a page. But you have to feel that way, and you have to negotiate that. And you know, the other thing is you got to remember that if you could just figure out a way to develop your audience following this type of work, and I know they're out there because we like it. You know, we know what people like. There's people out there who love this stuff.
I don't think you need anybody.
Yeah, build your own audience, make your own book if you have to, put it on Indiegogo. I've seen people commenting in the comments about it. You know, when you see stuff like that, the reason they're saying that is because they'd support it. If they saw it on Indiegogo, they'd support it.
I did that. I was going to say I did that. And when I did that, I couldn't get anyone to look at it. So when I was like, well, I'll pay advertisers for it. To which when I I was going to pay advertisers for it with the more heavily rendered style.
You wouldn't pay advertisers.
No,
well,
you wouldn't start there. You end up there. When you go to advertising, it's because everything else is working. There's a successful business model, and you're like, oh, it's working. Just dump gas on the fire. You know. So advertising is more the end of the scenario. But what you would do is you would say, build your social media. Do you have an Instagram?
I have all social medias. I just can't get anyone to a look at it. And then I found out several creators. I'm on a block list because I had followed EBS and another artist. And when those two artists are in it, several people have blockchains. So I can't even message people or even contact people to show my work. So I've just been kind of idling. Like even my comic I've been doing weekly has just been setting at like 40 followers for the Raccoon. And I update every week and I do a recap page every week and just crickets.
Wow. I don't know, man. I mean, the only thing I could tell you is to keep plugging away. The stuff looks good. That's the main thing, but you're going to have to keep trying to build some kind of following. And then usually from there, once you can get enough people that like your work that are with you, that's when you can start looking at something like Indiegogo or GoFundMe or whatever. The Indiegogo is really the good one right now, it seems like, because it not only sells for you at the point of when you make a product and put it out there with the series of, and you got to be creative and organized. You can't just say, hey, I'm making a book, here you go, support it. It's not really that simple. You got to have a series of good rewards and tiers, and you got to make people feel excited about it, right? So you got to put that excitement into your reward tiers, and then they're going to be more excited to contribute. And you can do a lot of updates and things like that. It's a lot of work, but it goes on. From what I know about it, it goes on to be an existing or ongoing store for you as well. So, and if chances are, if you can get one to succeed, well, then you might have developed the base that you need to get that next one to go. So I'm sorry, that's all I can really impart. Dave, you got any more?
Well, I want to say first of all that I unreservedly really like the stuff. The stuff that you were doing before. I thought it was really good, and there's a lot of really good stuff going on. But I could see the criticism too. Whereas with this stuff, I just really like it. I think it's incredibly strong. It's I think, my opinion, you have not been doing this long enough. I don't think you can really lose going in this direction. It's not for me to say that. I know. I just think I really like it. And yeah, Jimmy Palmiotti's right in the sense that, will they give you a job doing Captain America doing this? No, but there are jobs. There are jobs at Marvel and DC for this kind of a book too. They have the Hero Academy. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But, and also just, in terms of indie, which is such a great way to go. Yeah. Like Robert was saying with Indiegogo, it's very difficult, of course, in publishing it the way that you are right now, if you don't have an audience, it is an uphill slog. Like for me with the YouTube channel, it managed to grow really fast, which is great. But I started it 5 years ago when nobody knew about it, and I quit because nobody was looking at the videos. And then over the years, like enough people. So when I started up again, there were people. So it was like a total advantage, you know. But if you're starting out without that, man, it's not easy. If I were you, I know I think I would be pursuing my own properties, my own characters, and and
what I've done. This is actually my 6th prop because I've been trying to. Well, I've actually been published, and they cheated me. Like I worked for 3.
That's how it works,
right? And then someone told me, "Well, do your own work." So Brian Polito was saying, "Don't fall in love with your properties. It doesn't work. Move on to the next one." The raccoon, the one you're seeing here, is actually my 7th doing a full comic. Like I've been doing like basically for the last 10 years, I am doing comic work or practicing every day. So that's what I've been kind of just. I could hit. That's why you answered it, by the way. That was the catch-22 I was stuck in. It's like, well, do your own unique thing. You do it. Well, we need something closer to what we know. Well, then I do that. And then
and they'll mess with your head too, because you know you do something that's your own unique thing, and you reach out to an editor that's not looking for that, and you're not going to get the response. Also, when you cold email editors, you're looking for something and they're not, and that's how they will treat you, which sucks. You know, because
it's brutal.
You know, they know it. Like if they're looking, and I've been on the other end of this where, you know, you're looking for an artist, you're looking for like a particular kind of a look, you know, and then you're searching around and trying to find it. It's very, very difficult to find kind of what you're looking for, but that's when you're looking. And then when you're not looking, all of a sudden, you know, like it's a tough thing that way. I think that like this could be, if you were working, for instance, if you were doing something at Image with a writer, I think it could do really well and be very successful. I think pursuing editors, I don't know. I mean, first of all, again, I keep saying first of all, I'm on my like 5th first of all. Fifth of all,
there you go.
Right.
I just think that what you're doing right now, I really like it. I think it's very strong.
Good looking stuff.
Yeah, I would not stop, and I would not be going back and doing a different style than this. It's so nice. I'm a huge fan of this.
Mike, what's your Instagram handle?
Mike JC Art.
Okay, so if I just put Instagram,
Mike JC Art.
Mike JC Art. So now, if this isn't right, you guys that are listening, do a search for him. But I'm sharing it right there. Go support his work. You know, the first part is get that following, like we were saying. So let's help him get a little bit of leg up on that. Mike, thanks very much for coming, man. You're doing excellent work.
Mike. I hope I didn't over talk anybody or anything. I just wanted to explain.
No, you're fine. It's just, you know, we got a few more people, and
of course,
Dave's getting tired.
Yeah,
but thank you very much, everybody.
It was a pleasure. I'm pumped. I thought it was amazing. I think
you're stuff. Yeah,
well. Like I'm pumped. It's great.
All right.
Yeah, keep going, man.
Pleasure, guys. Now y'all have a great night, and thank y'all so much for this. This means a lot.
Take care of yourself. Yeah, be safe. All right, there we go. And now we got Alan Moda. Alan.
Hi. You guys hear me?
Yes. Hi, Alan.
Oh, hi. It's crazy.
What's crazy?
So I'm gonna. I mean, I live in Brazil, so we don't have like conventions or anything like ever.
Oh,
so
gotcha.
This is like. Can you see? The screen?
We used to have conventions.
Yeah, we had time. Distant past.
This is our convention now.
Is the screen sharing now?
Let's see. I see. Yep, but you gotta switch it to your art. You got our main screen up there. You know what I mean? Yep, switch that to your art.
Yeah. So I this past month and pretty much this whole year have done pretty much just inking, like practicing my inking stuff a lot. And I did this one here, which is David Finch's Dragon Ridge.
Yeah, I like it. I like what you've drawn here, but the way she's leaning over her leg isn't natural, and the arm's kind of too lean far back. But other than that, and the dragon's neck is too long. No, I'm sorry. Oh, it's Dave's work. My bad. No, never mind. It looks great. I'm sorry. I had to. That looks awesome. Can you zoom in a little bit?
Thanks. On the top or the bottom part?
Oh, just want to see the rendering a little closer.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess the top.
Okay.
Oh, this is your art, Dave. So you know what to critique here.
This good?
So did you do this with like Procreate or like on the computer, or did you do this by hand? How did you ink it?
I did it traditionally, and then I cleaned it up on programs on the computer to leave it just black and white. And
right.
A bit of the like black is kind of choppy because of the bad paper. So there's like a couple of black spots that have a lot of little white dots. But other than that,
yeah, paper, it really does make a huge difference. It's inking can be an endless nightmare on the wrong paper for sure. So what kind of inking tools are you using? Are you using like a Tombow pen like that, or?
For this one, this is kind of like an older one I did in January, and now I've been doing just with a Micron, not even Micron, it's Unipin. And I think that I did this mostly with Unipin too, because the Tombows are really hard to get here. So it's just easier for me to get the fine liners.
Yeah, it's it looks good. I feel like there are a few line weight things that I would point out. Just the line weights along the tops of forms can be a little bit heavy. Ideally, what I like to do is, if I've got a light source, and this one, the light would be kind of coming from the left and the top. So things pointing toward that would have a thinner line along the top portions, and then the undersides would be a little thicker. So there's that.
Yeah, I think that a problem that I have is that I'm really just too lazy to switch in between the thick one and the thin one. So then I end up just doing it with the thick one, and it's too much. But yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I do that when I ink. Actually, I end up, and I am so lazy that if I'm using a tiny little pen, I won't switch to a thicker pen to make my life easier, because I get into a mode, and so then I'm trying to fill this big area with a tiny little pen, and I'm there, like I finally shake my head and go, "What am I doing?" I switch. Yeah. So I would definitely say, you want to switch to some smaller pens, quite a bit more, because not just in the holding line, but in some of the rendering, it has a bit of a uniform thickness that, I think it's got a nice organic feel. And the rendering is working, with the form, but it could use a little bit more subtlety.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, same thing. That's what I was thinking. I was almost feeling like if there was more fine line work in there, that it would read a lot better. In replace of some of the medium lines. It's almost like there's too much medium line work or something.
So do you have another one?
Gotcha. Yeah. Let's see if it'll go up here. It's the inks of this one. Yeah, I'm sorry, my computer's pretty slow, but I think that there. This is I wanted to put this one in instead of one of my other ones that I just inked over, because I don't do a lot of like sequentials. So I kind of just wanted to get you guys information on how like the sequentials is working. And yeah, in this one I penciled too. So this is like.
Can you zoom up on that left panel, left side of the pages? Here, right there.
Here?
To your left, yeah. It's just hard to kind of make out everything. I'm just trying to see. Okay, is that a...
He's looking at someone's breaking into an antique store. Then you go into the next panel and you see this is him. He's looking up at the screen, and this is what he sees on the screen. The guy's coming in. And then in the next panel, which is just off the screen right now, he gets up out of the chair.
Yeah.
And then we go down. Now, I'm going to say that you have your second panel kind of overlapping with your panel below, like just the way that the panels are arranged, it makes it a little bit difficult to know which way to flow across the page. But
yeah.
And so, yeah, it's, I would say with the first panel, you see the antique store, you see the entrance, and then the second panel, it doesn't flow from that first panel as well as it could. Like, it's a different shot. I think if you want to show that it's a security camera shot, and then just show a panel from in there, it would need to be a similar shot just so you kind of keep your eye led. And
gotcha.
It's a little difficult for me to tell what's happening in the other two panels. I can see he's getting out of the chair there, but oh, you know what? Because it says antique. Because he's broken through the door. Okay. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I wanted to put like the door like breaking open.
Yeah. Like, I gotta say, like, there's a lot of good stuff going on. You know, I like how you have he's got that dark outfit, and then through the glass you use just some thin line to make it look like it's through glass, even, you know, with black and white. That really works. I like the way that you've got him sitting in that chair, and the chair swivels and he's out of the chair. It's a nice sequence there. There are a few things that it's a little difficult for me to tell, because there's a vault door, it looks like. And it feels like it just kind of came out of nowhere a little bit. Like the storytelling in the shot where the guy is breaking into the bank, that one feels a little disjointed. But the panels with the hero, because now we've got the hero and he's coming up toward his jet, those panels actually, I think, work. So it's,
Thanks.
you know.
Yeah, I really like these these two on the bottom were the ones that I really liked the most.
Yep.
But this bigger one here, I noticed that like I kind of had the this bar, like elevated platform and silhouette, and then the really dark plane in the lockers. And I wish that I had moved her a little bit to the middle, so that way she wasn't like cut. That way she would have been more like clearly in this bright like area.
Sure. I think she works all right there. I don't think it's such a problem. Definitely the foreground with the bar in front of the plane, that works just fine. What I would say though is you have perspective in that on the floor, and then in the shadow underneath the plane, those lines aren't really following the same perspective. Like it's just a shadow, but I would make sure those lines all flow with the perspective on the rest of the floor. Kind of holds things together just a little bit more. And you know, the plane looks pretty cool.
Thanks. Yeah, I looked up some images because it's like I just kind of wanted to get like a fighter type like stealth thing, and I just yeah,
it's looking pretty good. I mean, it's a complex page that you took on for sure.
Mm-hmm. When I did the layouts for these, I was like, I had like very little idea of composition and stuff like that. So the page after this that I'm doing has like 11 panels, and then I watched one of your other portfolio reviews, and I'm like, man, why did I do this? and it's like,
There you go. Yeah, yeah. That's avoiding 11 panels is a really, really good way to, you know, right off the bat make things easier. You want to ideally 3 panels is great for a nice big shot. 4 panels is good. 5 panels is I think the sweet spot for a storytelling page. That doesn't have like a big, you know, anchor panel. 6 panels, you know, things start to get a little small. Anything more than that, unless you have little inset panels, that's fine. 7, 8 panels if they're tiny little insets, but if they're actual panels that depict anything, like even a face, it's too small. 6 panels max.
Yeah, it's that I usually draw pretty much everything on a half of the normal, like 11 by 17 kind of. So I thought that when I went to the 11 by 17, it would be like I'd be able to draw more stuff, but I think I overdid it. And
yeah, well, you know, you have to do it to find out. Yeah. There's nothing worse than writers that decide they want to do the like 9 panel grids. Hey, I'm going to do a 9 panel grid for the whole comic. It's like a way of saying that I just want to be a writer that writes books. And why am I in comics at all? Because I hate artists, clearly.
Nice. All right. Well, looks good, man. I think you got, I don't know what it is. It's giving me like some old Mad Magazine vibes, the way that you inked it. But I got to say it's a compliment because I loved Mad Magazine. So
thanks.
Some of those illustrations were awesome.
Thank you.
I shouldn't say was. They probably still have it, right? Mad Magazine's still going?
I don't know. I think so.
But nice rendering style on these. So thanks very much for showing up and showing your work. We appreciate it.
Alan?
Thanks.
All right. Take care, Alan.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
I'll see you on the stream.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Paul is next, I believe. Yep. Paul, are you there?
Hello.
I get rid of this one.
How's it
Hold on.
going?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. How's it going?
Way to wait,
I did share one already. I
Oh,
don't know
yeah.
if that's
Sorry.
come
My
through or
bad.
not.
There it is.
Sorry.
Bam.
Yeah.
Wolverine.
I don't have many I don't have any recent sequentials. Sorry. I've just been working on figures for the last couple months.
Is a really great use of, you know, shadow over distance.
Yeah, I liked it. The trees actually feel like they're coming up off the page.
Yeah, that's really nicely done.
Thank you.
2 on the left, especially, like they are like dimensional.
And
I tried to feel like it was kind of as they were distancing, they were you kind of see them more straight up, and they're getting towards you. It's kind of coming at you a bit more.
Yeah. Oh, you executed that well.
Veins
Thank
on
you.
that arm look really great.
Oh yeah.
Actually,
I have
just
to zoom in. Really.
it's really.
Oh yeah, that was good.
I'm gonna say, like, all in all, it looks really good. I feel like his shoulder, that metal part, looks strangely placed.
Yeah.
The deltoid.
Well, the deltoid, but that little
That
metal
thing?
That's not how it goes on.
Oh, gotcha. That you kept grasping for deltoid, so I was like trying to catch you on the next one.
Yeah, the one
You're saying
time
the armor piece. Yeah, I know. I was totally missed it. That was the you're saying the armor piece.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It should probably be tilted more forward, wouldn't it?
Well, it doesn't come to a peak like that here.
It's called it's called a shroud. I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, if I can't remember a deltoid, I'll never. Here, this is how it goes. Hold on.
Oh, see, I thought you were gonna pull out a Wolverine costume you had in the studio there. Check this out.
We need Charlie Parks for that. So here's the arm. I can't remember exactly. I'm just kind of, you know, but and the head was kind of here. It goes like this.
Okay.
So that's kind of the shape that it takes. That's why
I made a triangle out of it. Okay.
Yeah. Which is not an art critique, but you know,
it's a costume design flaw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Continuity.
Where's the artwork?
And
whenever you want to see something different, just let me know.
I don't actually. I mean, I do, but like really, I'm gonna say, okay, so his arm, the one that's further away from the camera, that's, you know, more foreshortened. ridiculously nicely drawn. Like that form is incredible. I love that arm. I think it looks amazing. I think that there are places where some of the rendering is messy and not ideal. And I think that you have a holding line all the way around the figure that, to my mind, is too thick.
Which line is that? Sorry.
That would be
I don't know what that is.
The outline.
Okay.
Like,
yep.
Outline of his back, his arm, like
Okay.
Uniformly very thick. It's too thick, I think. And okay. Another thing that you're doing is you have a like along your arm, along your leg, along the bottom of the chest, you have a little rim of light, and that's something that you're doing to kind of get some separation. It works that way, but they're not really drawn like lighting. It's just drawn like a rim of light, because you really need to think of them as a much dimmer, much narrower light source. So the same way that you have that shape to your main light, it follows the form. It needs to do that more. So where the shoulder crosses over, or the deltoid, now I do mean the deltoid, crosses over the triceps on his left arm. I want to kind of not cover, like not draw the line all the way through like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's again with me trying to explain things with words. Okay, here, hang on. I can't explain this stuff with words.
Don't feel bad, man. It's a lot easier to just draw it.
Yeah.
Whoops, sorry.
Okay, so I've got the arm kind of here, and apologies because I can't see it while I'm doing this, but it's not important anyway.
I can bring them both up.
It's not important because it's just conceptually. I'm just talking in terms of concept. Okay, so you don't want to just have an even band of light all the way down, kind of like that, because some shapes are much narrower, or like some shapes have a much steeper cutoff, or they're flatter, or they're very soft. And so like let's say I'll get a pretty good cut in here, and then my triceps going to be kind of here, and I want to make sure to keep that open. And then I'll just have a bit of a thin line here, and then it's going to be much thicker here where it comes away from the light this way.
Okay.
And start to draw in some more of my shadows here. I can see there's a bit of it's a tricep, so there are 3 muscles, so I can see a little bit of the other muscle there. So I'm just going to draw a bit of that shadow right there. My elbow here. But you see how it has a lot more, like it's an actual light source. Like if I was to just shadow everything here, and so now I've got only one light source, and that's just the thin band of light. That's what I'm drawing when I do that. I don't want to be drawing. See how that looks like lighting on muscle, as opposed to just a thin, like a line that just goes straight down. That won't read like anything other than just so that's what you want to avoid. You want to think about the underlying form and draw actual light for your.
Okay.
So that's, I think, what it's missing.
Thank you.
But awesome. I mean, it's incredibly strong. So, I'm saying that, and I mean it, but because I think it could be better, but it's really, really good. Same kind of
thing.
I
like his head. I like his face.
Yep. Yeah. To me, it actually reminds me of St. Keith a little bit.
Yeah. He did a cool Wolverine for sure.
Yep. Yeah, it's really nice.
Cool, thank you. I don't really know. We don't have to show another one. It's fine.
Oh, let's go. I want to see another one.
That one. Like,
oh, cool.
Yeah, that's great.
This way I can be off with I can be off with my anatomy a bit.
Yeah, but sometimes they'll forgive you for that. Like he just mentioned Sam Keith, and you could definitely tell Sam Keith knows his anatomy, but he has fun with it. He distorts it in particular ways. And yeah, I guess I even see more what Dave was saying there with that. And so it's like, the anatomy, you are distorting it a bit, but sometimes you can get away with that.
Yeah, that is a cool looking figure all the way around.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's got a really, I see a lot of Sam Keith in there. I really like how you drew that foreground arm, that foreshortening on the upper arm is
definitely
really great. And a really difficult thing to do, getting the deltoid connected into the upper arm without it flattening. And you manage to, just with that little, it's like a very flat triangle just in the center there. It connects it without flat.
Can you see my mouse?
Yep.
Yeah,
I can see
that one. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
that one there?
little shape. It's just really nicely done.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I really like the forearm and the hand on that pose. That's great.
Yeah. I will say though, as much as I like the hand, the handle of the axe is not actually in his fingers. It's kind of pushed back a little bit. So it looks like it's floating just a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine. Like really,
it should be.
Yeah, push
kick back to like where the knuckles are, maybe the fingers. Hey?
Yeah. Regardless,
I noticed it after I was inking it, and I tried to save it a bit, but it wasn't.
I know how that goes. So and I mean the other arm looks really cool too. I think the anatomy underneath the bicep. For my part, I'm a huge fan of Brom, the painter, and I don't know of an artist that does that area of the arm, like the inner part of the arm, better than Brom. And he's a painter, but he's very much like Frazetta in the sense that it's very easy to translate. I would take a look at that. That's where I get all that stuff. He's good that way.
Sure. Yeah, I went through the fantastic paintings of Frazetta and drew every picture in there. Trying to pick something up.
I'd say that you have definitely been picking things up because I mean it's looking really strong.
Yeah,
and, cool. Nice looking shadow. Oh, by the way, really nice texture on his shirt, actually.
Yeah, I thought I was trying to make a like a wool, like a sheep's wool.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks great.
Hey, and just so you know, somebody in the comments, Lefty Blues said, "Hi." Lefty Blues said, "I would buy this one." So there you go. You're doing
awesome.
You're doing work that's ready to be sold.
Yep.
It's in my sketchbook though. I don't want to tear this.
Don't want to part with it, right?
Yeah. You got a little mini fan of the next generation here.
Cool. Hi.
Hi.
They're saying hello.
Yeah, this is why I don't like to draw in a sketchbook. Ideally, I draw in separate piece of paper because
in case something like that comes up.
Or I can also just throw it away.
You get the ones with the little perforations in there. You're good.
Yeah.
I got a really nice sketch pad. I wish I wouldn't have lost the cover to it. The paper is phenomenal. And I know I got it from Hobby Lobby, but it's nice to know what paper you're drawing on. I don't know that, but all I know is it's the best stuff to draw on. Just get the best lines. I lost the cover.
So now you'll never find it again.
I'll never find it.
Yeah, this paper, I tried to do some with what's the markers called? Copics.
Yeah.
And it does bleed a little bit. I can only get a little dot and it's still a millimeter thick.
Yeah.
And it bleeds out, so.
No, I like the heavier pound paper just in case. Inking, Copics, whatever. I don't use a lot of Copics, but for inking on it when I can.
Can I show the Copic marker one?
Yeah.
It's not as rendered, but
yeah.
All right, I'll try and cycle through.
And Dave, we just got one more person. You could see him in there, right?
What am I doing?
You're asking me if I can see him in there?
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
you're the only one that sees the lobby.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, sorry. One more then.
Nice.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, dude, you got a great style.
Yep.
You really do.
Yeah, it looks really good, and that is a great looking hand.
There's a lot that's great about that. Bringing that foot out to the camera like that's not easy to do, and it works.
With the toes kind of curled too.
Yeah. That's a cool one.
Yeah, as I was drawing, I was like, oh yeah, Beast can grab onto stuff with his toes. I was like, oh yeah, he can.
Right.
I love that hand. So great. Like that thumb, freaking great. It's really nice.
The bottom one or the top one?
Top one.
Top one. Anyway, that's
Yeah.
I don't want to keep you up anymore
No.
than I have to. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. I do have a question though. What should I be doing now? Should I keep going with figures and keep like switch over to do like a Brahm study of anatomy and stuff, or
I think it'd be totally worth doing. And you know, as he's a painter, you're doing some tonal stuff, so you know it might be worth a try too. Yeah, I think definitely take a look at some Brahm and give that a try. He's great, so it'll shore up a few things. I think you need to work on your knees.
Knees, okay.
Just
Check
look-
Raj.
Yeah, anatomically, like so much is very, very strong, but the knees seem like they could use a little structure. So I would definitely work on knees.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, nice work, Paul. Take care of yourself.
You too.
Thanks for coming by. All right, so we got one more, and then it's snack time. All right, it is the mysterious
Umar.
Goodness.
It's all right. It's been
I only
a
had
lifelong
like
thing.
3 potential ways I could have said it, and I said 2. I was just, can't get the third. All right.
It's been a lifelong thing. First off, this is my first stream on either of you guys' channel, so it's I'd like to say hello. Nice to meet you. You both have influenced my work quite a bit. Dave, I followed your work since I was like 13, so this is kind of a dream come true in that type of nature.
That's
So,
cool.
I have a couple of pieces, but I wasn't expecting to be the last one, but I'll just do 2, like you guys said. So, should it be entire screen or just tabs?
Just share your screen, and then I'll impose it larger over here.
All right.
With the click of a button.
I guess we'll go with this. My friend, who was also named Rob, told me to definitely put this one in here. This Jason Todd. I worked on back in August.
Nice.
So one of the main things I've been trying to like slowly get towards, I haven't done it in a while, is like working on more like narrative infused pieces.
Right.
And also some of my perspective work, because I think that's like somewhat some of the next steps I should take is like just rendering like architecture and different types of like biomes and that type of stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot to take on when you don't do it. It's easy fast, I think, but yeah, it can be a bit. I really like the rain on top of not only this Jason Todd, the character, but the gravestone. It's really nicely done. The rain, it's tough because you've got the eyes up in the top of the page, so you don't want to have rain too heavy up there. Normally, I would actually go pretty heavy with the rain at the top. I have a tendency, if I'm drawing rain, I don't draw lightning at the same time, and I know that lightning happens with rain, but it always fights with the rain. I never know how to get that kind of all to work, so I don't do it. I need to find somebody that does that well. But with those eyes there, it made it so that you couldn't really do a nice fade down of the rain, which I think would have been really pretty. But then, the eyes are a cool effect. And, compositionally, they work nicely.
All right. Yeah, that was like one of the main things I struggled with as well, just trying to figure out this lightning and then just like sourcing it from the clouds. It was just like a whole process of it in and of its own.
And it looks like you've got clouds kind of in the sky. It's funny. Just on Monday, somebody asked me how to draw clouds in a rainy sky, and I said I have no idea because I've never done it.
Wow.
Or just or like rainy dark clouds. I don't do it ever because dark skies. I can do black with stars. You just write, and I don't do it. I just write BWS, and then the inker has to do it, and then frisk and everything, and So, but for the most part, I leave it alone, and I rarely do a dark sky because I just find that it can really, really conflict with the foreground. Putting, like a dark. I like explosions. I'll do that, but yeah, for clouds, I leave that alone, and I let the colorist do it. Now, that's having the advantage of working with a colorist. I have found over the years that if I draw a dark sky in or I draw too much detail in the sky, it actually just fights with what they want to do. I just leave it alone. Those clouds, all in all, they look very small and very patchy. I think it would be a stronger piece without them.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, I agree. Yeah, it was like a last-second touch, and as soon as I put down the ink, I was just like, "Oh well, gotta commit now. There's no going back."
Well, there is Uniposca.
Yeah.
I don't know where mine is.
I did buy those recently.
Oh yeah, that'll.
Yeah, mine right there.
Yeah, those things are. Yeah.
Bam.
Get one of those things, and yep. And yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the Presto. You meant this one.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, they're both a little. As long as I get the little rattler, usually good.
Yep.
Yeah. So I had a lot of trouble trying to pick out a second piece, but I think I'll just go with what I did most recently because I think that would be good just for critiques on anatomy and that type of stuff. So I did this Venom. I'm in terms of my inspirations for like comic art, I'm inspired by Ryan Stegman, who's like his Venom's like pretty well known. Dave, your work, Brett Booth, Jim Lee, Riccardo Federici. His rendering style is something that I try to emulate in my own way as well.
It's a really nice looking piece.
Yeah, it is.
Strong in a lot of ways. It's both arms look really, really great. The form on them looks great. I think the lighting looks nice and solid. The muscles on his stomach are nicely placed because you're looking up at it and it kind of curves over, and they're nicely put in there. I like how you have your chest defined over the symbol, just like that little bit of corner, just to give it that shape, but not overpowering the symbol underneath. It looks really great, and all of the webbing looks like really. It's just a nice looking picture. I think, in terms of criticism, I would say I don't like the tendon on his right leg, the inner tendon where it really.
This one right here.
Yeah, where it has a big wrap, like it to me, it looks a little distracting, and I think it's the fact that you shadowed both sides of it, so you got the underside of it and then the top, so it really kind of looks. It really pulls the eye, and then the other thing that I don't like as much as the rest of the picture is just that foot. It's fine, but it could be better.
Yeah, that's like my first time drawing like a foot at that type of angle, and I haven't practiced that in a while since I've been in college, which was like a year ago. So I thought at least for that it would be serviceable. And
it is, and it is serviceable. But it's a really strong picture. So if I had to think, and this is what I'm saying, like I'm looking at it and going, what do I not like as much? The foot. Nobody cares about a foot, really. Like, yeah, could you get away with it? Sure.
Yeah. And you probably could make it look a lot cooler by just curling the toes over, because it just kind of looks like a flat shape like this. Just add a little bit of curl to the pointed toes and boom, it'd probably be fine.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, now looking back on it, that would have been cool. I do have a question though, because when I was rendering it, I did want to put him in like a brick space, so it's like he was like hanging or like suspended in like a building. But my issue was with laying down the perspective, because this is like something like I said, I'm still in the middle of learning. It's like laying down my perspective work. Do you recommend laying down a rendering of a character a little bit before doing the background like brick textures, or do you say like do brick textures first and then like continue with the rendering?
The way I do it is I put in my perspective pretty lightly all the way through the whole picture, and so it's just, you know, like a perspective grid, and then I lighten that down and I roughly get my background put in. I don't draw in a tight background at that point, and then I work in the figure. Once I kind of have I know where my background is, everything's going to go. Then I draw the figure, get all that working, and then I finish the background behind it. So I don't ever. The last thing I want to do is be erasing tight background to put a figure in. That's a nightmare. I mean, I've had to do it. When you make a mistake, you have to do it. But yeah, so I would say, you know, you want to think in terms of, you know, your structure, making sure that's all solid and everything's there, and then detail things in the way that's most convenient. And usually that's, you know, foreground to background.
All right. Yeah, that actually helps quite a bit, because I was at this point I already put in the webbing, and then I was like, oh, what if I just put in a background? And then as I started doing it, I was just like, this is too late into the process to like add an element like that to this type of drawing.
I think you're fortunate because the webbing is a really nice detail. Like, I think it looks really good. It looks solid as it is, and if you put bricks, it might have actually started to fight it. I think it's better the way it is.
Yeah, me too. It'd almost be way too much going on there.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I actually see what you. Yeah, I can envision it in my mind right now. Yeah.
But you know, you might be able to ink that all in, use some whiteout for those webs, and then you might maybe white out some little, you know, negative for some bricks here and there. But if it's too much, it's easy to fill it back in with black. You know, when in doubt, black it out.
Definitely. Yeah. Actually, yeah, that is a really good idea. Yeah. I was planning on inking this sometime in the near future.
It looks like it'd be fun to ink, honestly.
Yeah, it does.
I really wanted to do like a strong contrasting piece. I've been like a lot of my pieces like do have that element, but like with a character like Venom, it's like super like that's just like a given.
Yeah, that's good, man.
I don't want to keep you guys for long, but just a quick critique of this, because this is like my most recent inked piece, and yeah,
I like that perspective. I love the energy effect, the sprayed spatter stars that it looks like you did. I think that's how you did them. Did you flick a toothbrush or something?
Yeah, I have a really old paintbrush that just like only reserved for my white ink.
Yeah, I love that effect. Just something so cool about flinging paint like that.
Yep. It's part of why my desk is so. That's
right. I've seen it in the backdrop. It's like that's what I figured. It's like you either bought a desk that had a galaxy finish, or that was just from years and years of flinging paint.
Yeah,
whiteout.
Yeah, I don't even have like a desk. I work on my dressing table, so I just use my drawing board from college, and I make a barrier around my dresser so nothing gets ruined. But there's many things that just have white splatter on them right now.
I'm right now looking at you through a bit of a mist of ink splatter on my screen. So
oh no,
that's how it is here.
Inks are flying.
Yeah,
but yeah, I think this is a pretty cool piece. I even like how the hands coming out towards the camera. It's like you nailed that perspective spot on, I think.
Yep, really nice textures, nice looking folds. All like the lower legs, those folds are really nicely done. I really like too how you've got those great looking shapes, and you didn't go in and just shadow something. I would have not ever rendered those pants the way that you did. It's beyond me to do that. I'm just terrible with it. I'm pretty much black or white, and then a little bit of rendering out of the black. That's how I have to draw. So, you know, I always respect an artist that can really pull that kind of thing off tonally. It's very nicely done.
Yeah, that's what I like in my studying of like old like your work and then other like comic book artist work. Like that's like a main thing I see with like the lighter colors, just barely any rendering, like most Spider-Man drawings. nothing's on top of the webbing, but that makes sense because you don't want to interfere with that like detail. But it's something I've always done, and I have fun with it.
Well, and if you can make it work, it's a really, really strong thing. It's, not many people can really do that effectively. So it's great that you can. Yeah. I wouldn't stop doing it for sure. I think it looks really good.
All right.
Boots look great too.
Thank you.
Yeah, that one's definitely my favorite out of what you showed us.
Yep.
Good thing I had this on ready.
Yeah, and thanks for being patient. They're all good. Yeah, they really are. But I think that shows more range, especially with like what Dave was saying. You have like such subtlety in the hatching there. A lot of people would have just, because the shapes are good. You could fill those same shapes in with solid black. It'd look great. But you decided to hatch it, and I think it really added another depth and subtlety to the work.
Yeah.
All right.
It's nice.
Yeah. Well, should I stop sharing right now?
Yeah, so that, we'll bring it to a close, man. But thank you very much for being patient. And you waited a long time. We're really appreciative of you doing that.
Well, I'm appreciative. I think I can speak for the entire chat. We appreciate what you guys have been like doing. This is my first one here, but like, it's obvious you guys put the time and hours into this, and going forward, I've taken down like notes of everyone's like critiques for like the entire stream, and going forward, I'm gonna start working on that type of stuff because I'm trying to get into the habit of drawing every day, but that's its own challenge. But I just want to say thank you to both of you again. You're nurturing and educating the next generation of artists, and
feels good to hear that.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, and I learned some things too today, so I was taking notes too. There's a few things Dave was explaining to a few students, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I better write that out. So we're all learning together. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Maybe Dave didn't learn anything, but we all did.
I did.
What did you learn? We didn't teach you nothing. You're the godfather. You're teaching us.
I know I did, but clearly I learned.
You don't remember. See, so now it doesn't count when you can't remember what you learned. That means you unlearned it.
Oh,
I'm sure you learned something.
I did.
But what's cool is seeing all this amazing artwork. I mean, that's awesome. That's always inspiring to me. Even if I didn't learn anything, I'm inspired by seeing all this art and all these different styles. And I know I learned something from these different styles because when I see something somebody's doing right, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna do that. It's like that's how I pick up things. I look at what somebody's doing right, and I'm gonna try the way he was doing the wrinkles on the pants there.
Yeah, that's how I learned at Top Cow back in the day at Image Comics. Is we'd all just look at what other people were doing and just copy it. Not only that, but it was a similar kind of a thing where we'd have Mark Silvestri and some of the older artists, Brandon Peterson was there, go through and they would critique younger artists. That would have been me. And we'd all gather around to see what Mark was going to say next. And then we'd all run back to the desk and we'd all be trying it. So,
yeah, I bet, man. Yep. And now we're getting the same from you, and that's awesome. So thank you very much. Keep up the nice work.
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you guys. Have a great night.
You too. Take care, buddy.
Future streams.
All right. Sounds good.
All
Bye.
right.
Okay, so there it is, everybody. I want to just personally thank you, Dave, for the awesome amount of time that you dedicated today. It's very kind of you.
Thanks for having me on. It's
yeah.
been so long.
I know. I think it was a couple months ago, right? From the last one?
It might even be like 4 months. It's been a little while.
Wow. Yeah, time flies. Keep in mind, everybody, that you can check out Dave's work. There's links in the description box below. I can't even talk. I'm sure you know about his content, but if you don't, check it out, support it. He does some great stuff. His website will link you to the main things that you can check out. He's even on Skillshare. And support his YouTube channel so we can keep making awesome content together. So, yeah. And with that, we say, you got anything to say in closing, Dave?
Yeah, thank you everyone for coming out and showing your work. It was really great to see a lot of amazing stuff, some pretty disturbing stuff in there too, which I mean, in a good way. I thought it was really good. So it was a long one tonight, but I didn't want to cut a lot of that short, you know. So it was really enjoyable. I'm looking forward to doing it again.
Yeah. Great guy, man. Very gracious. All right. Good night, everybody, and we'll talk soon. As always, keep drawing, keep having fun, and bye for now.